The other Dan is probably going to be coming back in a second. I have to sort out where the questions are going to go because the questions keep appearing in random places. Lock all those things up. Lock that so that that doesn't move around. And now I want to do not that question. I want to do that window capture, isn't it? That one. And I need to try and move that somewhere so that it's above the lovely Dan's head. Okay, so that will hopefully work. We have Twitch running, which should be shared with Runon, although she hasn't yet joined it, despite me sending her an invite. I just found it rude.
Listen. If you're expecting me to be on top of things, I mean, I sent you favorites pending. I don't want to remove that. I've sent you a request. Also, if you're expecting me to be on top of things, you're.
No, I sent you an invite.
There we go. We got it now.
That supersized it. That supernumerated. Hello, everyone. So, I'm going to close doors because I think it's feeding time at the zoo for a certain corgi.
And he may have also realised that we had roast dinner, and he might not be getting roast dinner.
Basically, you're probably going to get killed by a small fuzzy animal complaining that we had pork and chicken and he didn't get any of it.
Yeah. So yeah, other Dan slightly broke himself between yesterday
and today.
Walkies to things like
Ken Dennis and Prussia Cove. So we've been having fun.
I think Prussia Cove is what broke him.
Check.
Yeah, it was Prussia Cove.
Yeah, I will let. Now the audio is going live, and hopefully the audio is working and is connected in. If it isn't, we will do
and for those few brave and loyal souls that are on my Twitch stream, just check my audio for my compatriots because I can hear them. They sound like they're coming in at a decent level, but I've been wrong everyone. Before. I'll be wrong again.
We're all good.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Bot's not live yet, Seneca.
So yeah, we are. As you can see, you've got two of the ship-shape crew in the same room. You've got me and Dan sitting here chatting away.
I have my spirit animal.
Yeah. I did love it. Fleet sat in this chair yesterday, and Fleet's first response was, "Oh my lord, this is unbalanced." And I went, "Yeah, but it works for me."
How it works for you, I have no idea.
I think maybe because it's unbalanced as well.
I nearly fell out of it twice.
Sounds like a skill issue, Fleet. I gotta be honest.
It's fine. I sat in it after that.
Dan sat in it fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The t-shirt came from Alex's spreadshirt.
Yeah.
And then
you can modify. I've set up my spreadshirt account so you can modify them.
So Blackman. And then on the back, I can't remember where it's. Is that working? I can't see the screen undo this.
So ugly they named it twice. Yes.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, he wears this when we're going around museums in the ship-shaped trip.
I need to get that.
He wears this in museums.
I need to get that, except instead of High Priest, I just need to name it High Deacon.
And the other one I've got is HMS Unicorn not an aircraft carrier. Honest.
Gav.
I really.
Because I've always believed in setting up the things. I put the pictures, which are some of the slides and some of the stuff I have. Go, all right, people if want to do it, but I want you to be able to pick your text yourself. I want you to be able to personalize it. It's a case of, yeah, please use these designs, but go with whatever you want, add what you want. So that's kind of my methodology. Now, for those who are watching on Thursday, you will know that the bot worked beautifully on Thursday. It worked beautifully, didn't it, Runon?
Yes, it did exactly what it said on the 10.
And it's listing exactly the same today as all the logins on Thursday. So theoretically, it should work today when I turn it on.
Theoretically.
We have a theory that it doesn't like weekend.
I have a theory that for some reason YouTube changes the settings between a weekday and a weekend. And
Okay.
so for some reason it doesn't work on a Sunday.
I actually have something of a running theory with regards to why it doesn't work on Sundays. You have more people streaming on Sundays, which means StreamerBot as an entity is making more API calls to YouTube, and YouTube limits API calls.
Which could be fun.
Whereas Twitch is just a live communications broadcast, and that's how their API is set up.
So we will see. We will turn on the bot, and we will see whether it actually says hello to everyone, or whether it doesn't.
We haven't yet been to the lump of HMS
Warspite, no.
But I have brought a ruler with to measure how wide, deep the armor is.
And we did walk all the way down to Prussia Cove yesterday, and we had a lot of fun in Prussia Cove. And I recorded my new. I recorded my new video for my TV work in Prussia Cove. The bot is supposed to be turned on. I haven't sent it to go live yet because we're gonna see if it works. The bot is supposed to be on.
Yeah, it's not coming up on YouTube.
It's not coming up on YouTube, is it, at all?
So just hold your questions.
Hold questions until we check if Steve's in the chat.
Yeah, if you don't see Powder a message coming up in YouTube chat itself, the bot is not active.
No.
And you will get a response if you submit a question in either chat, and if you don't see that, the bot is not active.
Hey Harrison, can't watch tonight, Doc. Okay, got family visit from Poland. Yay to Poland, and yay to you, Dave. Just dropping in to say I enjoyed all the videos this week, but particularly the Destroyerman one. And greetings to the other Doc too. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the Destroyer one. He's slightly annoyed. He hasn't managed to watch the Destroyer one. And I sort of slightly rigged that on YouTube because I have to admit, it was doing so well and so many people watching it. I didn't do Saturday's video as I normally did because I didn't want to replace it in the logarithm. I wanted to let the Destroyerman work itself out. So the Saturday video will now come out on Wednesday. I do apologize for that, but you know, sometimes it's what you have to do with the logarithm. If a lot of people seem to be enjoying it and getting it more than normal, you just let the logarithm run with it rather than putting up a new thing.
Dr. Clark, are you saying that you have malleable values for the algorithm?
I'm saying I have always been quite honest. I'm on YouTube and all these things because of two reasons. One, it funds my research, which is something I found out later on, and I've really enjoyed and really thankful to everyone who supports my channel, supports everything, and allows me to do all this. And firstly, I came on because a certain Dragonafel and a few others were nagging me about being on here because it'd be good for my students and allow me to reach more people with naval history. And that is what I've done. and I sometimes I will rig it in favor of of that latter option if I think it's working well. Now, I have got questions closed at the moment because the bot is just not working. The bot is. It worked Thursday, but it doesn't work today, and we've got. I said, Rune has a very good running idea for it. I'm not sure how we fix that problem.
We don't. That's the problem.
Do I turn it on a Saturday night? Do I turn it on the night before and just leave it running?
Not quite how it works.
I mean, it's not worth it.
Because the thing is scheduled, so if I've linked it up and synced it in with everything...
I think if it is what I think it is, and this is an idea that's been given credence by Pirate Software. Then there's nothing that can be done client side. It is a server side issue that the team behind StreamerBot would have to fix. However, his instance of StreamerBot is still continuing to function as expected. So I genuinely don't know.
Because it works perfectly on a Thursday. This is the thing, it works perfectly on a Thursday. But do it any other night of the week, it works perfectly. But on a Sunday, which is the day we need it for...
Oh, yeah. Bowman Boy, let me get it hot on my... go over here, actions, group, enable all. Alright. Thank you for the first time chat, Bowman Boy, and just go ahead and resubmit your question and it'll get into the queue.
And I do have, because I'm sensible, in some regards, he says, in some regards.
I mean, you hang out with me, so you can only be but so sensible.
Well, I've just managed to turn... I've just had the good sense to mute him on my Discord server. So...
Because I was here in stereo, wasn't I?
Yes, with an ever so slight delay that was just enough to be even more annoying.
How do you think I feel? I'm not only listening to y'all's voices the first time, I also get to listen to y'all's voices on my monitor and my voice on my monitor.
Yes, but you currently have untreated ADHD, so that's fine.
That may not be the asset you think it is in this context. You gotta delete the second bone meal boy.
I will also say, while we're currently loud, the August 2025 patron suggestions is currently live. And put that in the chat.
When a vote goes live, every patron needs to vote for the garden shed question.
The vote's not live yet, it's just the suggestions. And if there's enough suggestions, the garden shed question won't make it in there, because every time you ask the garden shed question, I start doing a search into how many blooming inventions come from the back of garden sheds, or the equivalent in the UK. And it's so many that I am honestly certain it would take up an entire year of broadcasting.
Listen, that's why I gave you the option to what, the top 3, the top 5.
Yes, but it's working out what those would be. I'm more in favour of, in the event of it getting selected, you offer us a discount on building the Minecraft server.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can reduce it to at cost, i.e., of me moving over there.
This is an interesting question, and Fleet can answer this.
Oh no.
Fleet can answer this.
Yes.
This is from Tema282. How many DANs do you need to measure the Type 91 torpedo of the IJM?
About 3.
Are we talking in
or
width, girth?
Yeah,
Dan's
that's a question, but I will say on the interesting things that we found out over this last weekend is that Dan C, Boom Boom Dan, is still the tallest in ship shape.
Yes.
Much to Fleet's almost horror.
I wouldn't go
'Cause
that
Fleet was-
far,
Fleet
Alex.
is used to being the tallest, and then Fleet was with Dan C, and for once Fleet was going, what?
Yeah. And bear in mind he has a bad back, and so is normally a little bit kind of hunched over. The what was the yeah yeah. I mean they're pretty long. I mean even just a normal 21-inch torpedo. I have photos of several friends sitting on one on HMS Belfast because they used to have
Well,
one.
the question was a Type 91 torpedo, and they are
5.5 meters long, 18 foot.
yeah.
I mean, I'm a little bit under 6 foot. Dan must be a bit over.
Yes.
So
About for an average of 3 Dans.
an average of about 3 Dans.
Yeah.
And it may also depend on what kind of fuse you have
And
on the nose.
Don't take this wrong way. In width, neither of you, you're both wider than that torpedo. It's an aerial.
I'm slightly worried that YouTube may demonetize this particular one due to the moobs on show, but
I'm more worried about the fact you're advertising the religion of the Blackburn again.
we're not a religion yet.
Praise be! All hail the Blackburn. You are observed.
We are attempting to get recognition for tax purposes as a religion.
Katia, I am working on
Without any of
a
the,
set of racking for my
the other stuff.
desk.
We're more just interested in the sacrifices. Ideally, in easily negotiated and commonly used currencies, preferably in non-sequential notes, in sequences. Uncut diamonds, provided they are not blood diamonds. We don't have ethics. But yeah, we also don't need certain people on our backs for that. What else would we accept?
So what I'm hearing is we need to rebuild a Blackburn.
That's, I think, their plan, and I'm worried about this.
Well, do you build the prototype?
Wait a minute, just
production one,
a
production two,
okay.
or a trainer?
Wait a minute, just a
Hang on,
Blackburn.
lads. I thought there was.
Just
I thought
a.
there was a flying Blackburn.
You
No, there isn't.
There are
You-
no
I don't think
surviving Blackburns.
Yeah.
There's
You-
no surviving Blackburn.
you-
You could find a Blackburn shark. You might be able to jury rig one because it's
no.
really fun. I'm not sure
We're
if you
going to
mentioned
be
It's not even
building
on
an
there.
entire squadron of Blackburns.
Oh
that.
boy.
We really don't need to. But the
And
reality
it
is
was
that
developed from the dart, not the shark.
no,
And there's none of those around.
no. This is back in the days. So remembering that this is post World War One, where a large order for aircraft.
Actually,
would
I
get
tell a
Air Force
lie, there
Squadron.
might be one.
No.
Because there's one which possibly is surviving in Japan, if I remember correctly. If we go to we're going to the right museum. There's
No,
a
that's a
Blackburn
dart,
dart.
not a Blackburn.
Not Blackburn dart, the torpedo bomber it's based from.
So basically, they took the dart and they removed the ability to carry a torpedo and they stuck in the large cabin instead. But it's the same wings and I think the same engine
Yeah,
and tail and things like that.
yeah, yeah.
And none of the beauty, grace, or any of the other positive characteristics.
I don't need to put up an image. You have the images on your chest. Yeah.
Oh, sod it. I keep on getting mixed up with the camera.
There's only one camera.
Yes, but I'm looking at the screen and it's mirroring and yeah.
There's only one camera. Look at the camera.
Yes, but I was trying to work out which bit of me is in shot and which is.
Oh.
Sod it, I'll move over.
Yeah.
So
Let's move over. We'll get a bit closer and we'll move the camera around a bit so it's a bit.
well, I'm actually about. What you can't see is I'm actually about 6 inches behind him.
Yeah, but the thing is, my seat's lower, so it's fine.
Yeah. What was the other thing? No, Operation Crossroads would not have the enough power to fully eviscerate the. I think I read somebody's comment on the YouTube chat. Probably would not have enough hellfire and power to erase the Blackburn. I think you'd need a Tsar bomber level for that. In terms of, nuclear fury. We should actually look at some questions.
We are. Jonathan Moon. The last all-wooden, not even iron nails, frontline warship. I'm fairly sure that's got to be Japanese or Korean. Because honestly, the iron nails came in quite early in European.
But not even iron. They were using things like copper and bronze.
Yeah. So I think that
in the Bronze Age. So it's
all wooden. I think it's either going to be Korean or Japanese,
or it's going to be Neolithic.
No, because the Koreans and Japanese used to use oak pegs rather than they build their ships out of pine, and then they use oak as the nails in the joining. So that's the all-wooden ship.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have any metal.
And so I think that's it. When they were though, that depends on when the last Pantheon went out to service, which could be interesting because I think there were still one or two around when the Americans turned up with the Black Fleet when Matthew Perry. It wasn't Oliver. For some reason, I keep saying Oliver Hazard Perry when I mean Matthew Perry, and Matthew Perry when I mean Oliver Hazard Perry. I have no idea why I keep getting the brothers mixed up, but I do.
And this isn't the Matthew Perry who was in Friends and died of it?
No.
Okay.
This is the Matthew Perry who was an admiral.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking.
Yeah.
He probably also had a drug habit, but it was a socially acceptable one at the time.
Yeah. Although at that point he was Commodore Perry when the Black Ship, the MacGuffins took place.
Commodore.
Yeah, he was a Commodore by that point, but still,
Yeah. But it's also the issue of where the.
I will say, can we pause questions for now? Because I think they're just about catching up. But Paul Amos has been doing a massive job, I think, solo, taking all the questions from YouTube. So give him a couple of minutes to catch up. And when he sends me a message saying yes, I will change this sign from questions closed to questions open. Okay? So when the questions go open, that means there are people going to be catching up with questions and getting all the questions. But Paul's been doing an absolutely wonderful job. I'm not sure if it's working. If it's picking up the questions from Twitch, then I'll just press the button when we get to the end of Twitch. Thank you, Brandon Larson, and being a supporter for 35 months. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Goodness gracious me. It's always scary when I get these things. I realize how long I've been doing this, and it really doesn't feel like that long. Richard Gross, hello, thank you for joining us. Good evening, Dr. Clark. What do you think regarding Type 45 service? Do you see them augmenting Type 83s given the projection of the in-service states, when of course they decide design? It depends. If the Type 83s start being built as soon as the Type 26 is finished, there could be an overlap. And myself, I'd say the Type 45s are big enough and are probably going to be in good enough condition that you could maybe stick them into reserve. But that's honestly going to depend on how hard they're used. And one of the reasons why we currently have the low availability rate we do is because a lot of refits and things were put off and delayed, so they will be available for other things. And the trouble is when you only have a fleet of 6 vessels, is if you start putting off refits, and then you somehow get to the point where you really, really need to do the refit, and so you have no choice, you then find yourself in a situation where you've got no ships available. So, it's the classic thing of we were down to build 9, at least. And if we built 9, and the reason they built 9 is that the original argument was made was, the idea was we couldn't crew all 9 at the same time because they wanted to cut the size of the Navy.
I think they originally wanted 12.
And originally it was supposed to be 12, they cut that down to 9, and then they cut that eventually down to 6. A, the last three built would have been the three cheapest hulls you'd have done. B, you'd have spread the cost of development over 9 hulls rather than 6. So instead of them being billion-pound destroyers, they'd be a lot cheaper overall per unit across the class. But also, what you could have done, and this is going to sound amazingly controversial, is when a ship goes into refit, you stick it into the reserve fleet, and it no longer needs to have more than a core of naval personnel aboard to oversee the refit, who usually are engineers, and you can usually find a few extra of those, because the amount of people who like to join the Navy for their engineering apprenticeship is pretty darn high. And then, well, you can keep the crews of you can keep 6 crewed vessels, and then you have 3 for refit/reserve. And so whenever you have a vessel needed to go in for refit, you just activate one of the ones in reserve from reserve,
and you could train your reservists on it.
It would have been amazing.
It would have been, I don't know, like what the Navy were doing for centuries.
Yes,
leading up to this.
But you see, the trouble is, and this is where the problem comes in. You see, it was the wars of choice doctrine. The idea that wars would only be choice, and it doesn't freaking work.
I think it's also that people just forgot.
Yes.
That we just need hulls.
Yes.
As well. And that things happen with water, and this is before you put in the wrong engines and power plants and things.
Oh, and while I see him in the chat, Lions, you're in the chat again. Both me and Fleet, and I'll let Fleet talk. I'm sure Fleet will chime in on this bit, because as always with the chat, it's basically they get as soon as they want to, they can chime in. But sometimes I will drag them kicking and screaming into chime in. Thank you again for your computer. It was an absolutely fantastic gift you gave us. Fleet is using it right now from home.
Mm-hmm.
He has nursed it all the way home. I put it together. I helped him put it together, showed him how to deal with it, look after it, and it is a very good machine. He's now got 128 gigabytes of RAM in there, which means, whilst it normally will only use roughly 98 gigabytes of that RAM, won't it?
Yes.
When it needs to, when it's doing editing of videos, it will go up to be able to use the full 128 using some bit as a storage area. So for him, it is fantastic.
And by means of getting, his,
not have a second screen yet.
By means of getting his previously coal-powered PC out of circulation, it now looks like the UK might be able to meet its climate goals for 2025.
It wasn't coal-powered; it was peat.
Oh, also,
it was even older.
Mark Harkness, reserve ships actually are quite efficient. It's just balancing for a different efficiency, i.e. an efficiency of availability, not an efficiency of cost cutting.
Remember what efficiency is only, these things only help if you have a useful metric. And if you use your wrong metrics, you find out the wrong stuff.
As you put it, it's effective, it's not efficient. Efficiency these days has come to be purely about financial efficiency.
No,
in
it's
terms
not even that.
And the trouble is, it's cost cutting. It's very short term, very specific meaning in terms of cost. Whereas it used to be efficiency was about providing the effective overall force. What was the efficient way of providing an effective force? And it was considered quite normal. And if you look in the 1920s and 30s, there are quite modern units sitting in reserve. And that's useful because in World War II, we use a lot of those units. The 4 stackers, the V&W destroyers, all these ships which get mobilized for World War II and used for the secondary roles, they were all sitting in reserve, mostly between the 2 world wars.
Yeah, look at the careers.
You run the ships you're planning to basically get rid of in short order, and then you save the ones you might need for later.
That's what they did with a lot of the V&Ws. They stuck them in reserve. They had quite a lot of them in reserve, and they burned up the S-class and the Rs from World War I, which had more years of war service, which took more of a toll. So they were doing a lot of the running around in the 20s and early 30s. You had the V&Ws, and that's when you started having the letter classes. But then even some of those letter classes were in reserve during the 1930s, because they were rotating through. But also, that's about training your reservists in how to manage the more modern systems.
He spends way too much time listening to me.
Look, in terms of naval geekery, I have achieved the level of I now care about infrastructure. Okay, I am at infrastructure stages of geekery and nerdery.
Did you realise when you were coming to Canada this would become your life?
No.
No. You were
but
just
I'm
going to
quite
come on a fun holiday, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a very good time.
Yeah.
Um,
It's the reality is, if you want a certain availability of force, you need to bank in a number of ships. And one of the things, again, you can put ships into reserve for are two reasons. One, you want to preserve those ships when you want to fight a war, or two, you want to preserve their hull life for if you need to fight a war. So you rotate them through the class in being available, and you keep the others in peace, and it extends the class life. It extends their availability. That's the thing. If we built 9 Type 45s, I could guarantee we'd have some able to sit in reserve when the Type 83s come into service, because you know what? The whole life would be there. The whole life would still be there because we'd have rotated them through. And there would also be none of this scenario where we keep going, oh, we can't put this ship into refit because we need to surge these ships, so we have to postpone the refits. Because it'd be a case of, no, we don't need to postpone a refit. We can keep to the regular refits. We can do the best things for the hull life and the engine life and the parts life and the maintenance schedule. Because you know what? We can pull this ship out and just transfer the crews across.
And additionally,
Yay.
something I'll point out is that you can do something to keep your reservists a little bit more busy.
they get more systems to work on because, I mean, one of the problems is that your front line ships now, just thinking about it, your front line ships will have a totally different powertrain to the stuff which you might have in the reserve, on the training ships, all of that. You're not going to get any. You're not going to learn how to use the kind of turbo electric setup they've got.
Well, the modern ships, and that's why we don't have any reserve ships these days. That's the thing. And this, the whole point is, again, if you built the class of Type 45s and you plan to keep 3 in reserve, they'd all be the same ships. So the thing is, you'd all give, and also nicer way if you want to. And here's a really scary thing you do: if you're worried about a refit and what it might do to a ship, you could do it to one of the reserve ships first. And therefore, if you muck it up and it takes longer, it doesn't affect availability.
And you don't have to tell people because it's always been in reserve and you haven't lost something from operational.
And you can rotate the ships through the reserve. So the thing is, that actually makes a lot of sense. It just requires you actually build more units. And yeah, you do need to keep some reservist crews, but again, the ships are being kept up to date. You have the reserves. It makes sense.
Well, and the other thing you've got with that is the forget. Yeah, I mean, you can always claim that the ship ran aground whilst running tests, which is what they did with Warspite after her refit when they discovered she still liked doing wheelies and circles and things.
Yeah.
And her steering was still dodge.
And also, too,
the fact
sorry, Dan, the crew numbers you need to take a ship from point A to point B inside your own territorial waters is a lot smaller than the crew numbers you need to actually operate the ship for a transnational voyage.
And it's also again, having a pool of reservists is never a bad thing. I know, and having a pool of all these things. Anyway, we could be talking about that for ages and never get to have a question. So we'll move on to Bowman Boys one.
Dr. Clark, we're going to be paying all of these people to do nothing.
No, we're not.
No, you don't pay reserves to do nothing. Yeah, I've worked with reserves in the nicest way. You get the reserves get paid when they're mobilized and get paid when they're doing training. Otherwise, they are not doing normal jobs.
Yes, I know that. You know that. Does your Minister of Parliament know that?
Honestly, some of them do, because some MPs are actually reservists in the UK. There's a fair number who are. The trouble is,
the reason why the reserves keep getting expanded.
Trying to explain that to their colleagues tends to be quite a difficult one. And it's a fun thing. It's like the most famous reservist in the UK, probably in terms of politics, is Penny Mordaunt, who was running for leader of the Conservative Party. And if she had got elected, could have well been in a very interesting position, because if she ended up Prime Minister, which she would have done probably at the time, because the Conservative Party was in power, she would have been Prime Minister, we would have had a Prime Minister who was a captain in the Royal Navy Reserve and therefore theoretically answerable to the chain of command in the Navy, but who was also their Prime Minister and simultaneously in the top of the chain of command. And there was quite a lot of people trying to work out how you manage that situation in a modern democracy. Because it used to be they would take a pause in their career, but no one had done it for so long, no one was sure if that was still valid. And actually, if I remember correctly, it was actually sold by Penny Mordaunt herself, who said, well, it's still on the books, so that's what I would do. But she's the daughter of a lot of, she had a lot of naval family in her history, and so that was for her perfectly normal. And it's a whole very interesting bit of history to go down of what happens, but it hadn't happened in such a long time, no one had considered it.
So what I'm hearing is that they thought of a great political coup that if they led the nation into a war, they would also go and fight it.
Yes.
And we haven't had that since George the Second, or was it George the First?
I think it was one of the Georges that we
No,
allowed.
but it wasn't George the Third.
No, it wasn't.
So it was one or two.
Yeah,
one of the ones who still spoke with a really strong German accent.
Yes, went to Minden, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And possibly also put down some Jacobite stuff.
Which was a very interesting battle.
And they went around knighting lots of people on the battlefield.
Yeah.
If you can, you can. Because if you can do a feat of arms in front of the king, then you kind of go directly to the medal ceremony.
Yeah, it does work quite well. I have to admit, that one does sound like a very accelerated system, which would guarantee people actually getting the medals they deserve. Because let's be honest, the only person you have to impress is that person there. And they are not going to go, hang on, do you tick this box, this box? They're going to go, I just saw you do that. Here, come here, lad. Right then, there is a medal. Go for it. Here, have some money. You did good. Now, go do it again.
Thank you, Steve Clark. George the Second.
George the Second, thanks, Steve. Brenton, do you want to do Bone Meal Boy's question?
Yeah. So, Bone Meal Boy, how quickly, if the missiles appeared and were compatible with Silver/Mark 41, would the RN be able to make good use of ASROC in their anti-submarine warfare doctrine? I don't know how much we use it, if I'm completely honest, because we have the helicopters to do that.
Well, we have the helicopters, but the thing is that system is main advantage.
ASROC isn't so much a replacement for a helicopter. It's
No, Fleet, can I just answer? And then you can pop in?
You first.
Basically, what happens is the helicopter's in the area, and if the helicopter runs out of torpedoes, they make a phone call to the ship, and more come raining in. So that's basically it. Basically, it's also what the helicopter can do is the helicopter can ping the ship to call us shooting torpedoes while it maintains contact, instead of it having to drop its torpedoes.
Yeah.
So it's an extra addition to the force.
Yeah, and of course, there's also the added benefit that if you have properly firmed up a contact with your helo, and you want to guarantee the kill, you drop in ASROC, because at that point because yes, a helicopter drop torpedo is one thing, but ASROC dropping in like a bat out of hell is another thing entirely.
Linguistics.
Oh yes, that's right. I forget that's the linguistics.
You're on my channel.
Because that word. Well, no, no, it's more that word doesn't mean the same thing to me as it does to you.
Mm-hmm.
Or potentially to the cousins, that's the issue. Remember that unlike in a lot of big urban areas around here in particular, the vast majority of schools will still technically have a religious affiliation.
It was more, I was worried that if he said that too many times, that Meatloaf might turn up in the chat and then would completely be dominated with Meatloaf rock and roll questions all night rather than naval history ones.
The other thing
and if Fleet doesn't know who Meatloaf is now after using that as a reference, I will be seriously upset with Fleet.
I will be very, very upset.
And we will have to do his music education properly while we're in Japan.
Yeah.
Yes. There will be a karaoke bar involved.
Why
so
do
Fleet, you do know who Meatloaf is, don't you?
Why?
Yes, of course I do.
Why do I feel like Fleet's entire Japan is just going to be a learning experience?
He spent the weekend with us, and that was entirely a learning experience.
Because describing it as pain is
because torture is still illegal in the UK.
No, torture is still frowned upon.
You can't use any evidence you gain from it in a court of law.
No.
It can be fun and games. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is instead of Azrock as well, because I wouldn't want to use up one of my VLS cells. It's still you've got the shell for the 5-inch that's that's being made that has anti-sub, that's basically a depth charge, so you can lob a load of those out if you needed to, and we will be starting to have the 5-inch, and if they can make it for the 5-inch, they could make it for the 4-5 if we ask them to. And the other thing is, I think it's where drones would come in, because a drone that can just poodle out with a torpedo.
Current plan. Basically, drones are going to use for extra dipping sonars and dropping sonar buys and dropping torpedoes. And basically, instead of you're basically going to have helicopters going out coordinating with 2 or 3 drones, is what I can see, and it's going to be like the World War II hunter-killer groups, where it's oh, great, there's 2 drones with dipping sonars over there. There's also a helicopter coordinating them, which has all the computer stuff it needs for its area on it. And you've got the ship back with its towed array sonar doing wide area coordination, getting in from multiple helicopters and multiple drones, and it's just going to be...
with a MAD that's flying around to kind of look in other places. Here comes the drone with the torpedo on it. Yeah. Because what they're also doing, we met BAE, was they have 2 groups, and one group has been told, you will make a drone that can carry 1,000 kilos. You will do it. We don't care. You will do it, and it will be able to fit into the spaces needed. And you have the second group who have been making a torpedo, who have been told, you will make a torpedo that can be dropped from a drone, complete with the little stub wings and other bits so that it can land properly and you can guide it in. And it is not allowed to be a gram over 1,000 kilos.
Yeah.
Complete with the wings. We don't care. The wings can be made of papier-mâché. We don't care. But it will be done, and you will do it. And so they have the 2 teams, and they are both working on it, and both trying to
when I started having the whole discussion about World War II, and I mentioned the tension wire thing, and they were looking at me going, tension wire? Tension wire? Yeah, that's how the Royal Navy did it, to stop it belly flopping. So to make sure it belly flopped, to stop it nose diving, they belly flopped in. They used tension wire on those. And they're looking at going, tension wire, tension wire. It's an interesting one. We'll see.
Yeah. Tension wire, really? Where can I find records for this?
Yeah, try reading my books. Jonathan, you can bring back any not preserved ship, but you have to single-handedly mine and smelt the iron and/or cut the wood, depending on the ship. You can cooperate, but it has to be the same ship.
We will be making HMS Warspite.
No. What's this we stuff?
Nice way. You think any of us will escape the Drac plan to build Warspite?
Yep. Have you seen Drac in full armor with the full array of honestly not sharp gov?
You know, the thing is, I live far enough away from him. It will take a few hours to get to me.
I will hide behind the fox with the armor-piercing crossbow.
Who said she'll be protecting you?
Yeah, I was about to say.
You forget, I ain't involved in here, because remember, I have a rifle, and rifle beat armor.
I'm standing behind her.
Who said she'll be on Fleet's side? Simple solution.
Yeah. I'm not so sure.
She'll be on the cult of Restore the Renown.
And also,
in the nicest way, she will probably do a deal with Drac, whereby she will support Drac in getting Warspite and then get Renown.
Because it's easier to build the slower ship. And Brunon, don't think you're getting out easily, because we know that you're not that far away from all those gorgeous steel mines.
Yeah.
Iron ore mines in the Virginias. So you're going down the pit.
Don't worry, we're sending Timo to Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just go and get that Swedish ore? That sweet Swedish ore.
Availability.
And also because how quickly you want to produce these things, we need probably multiple sources.
Yeah. Where else are we? Yeah.
I love why you've got the YouTube chat live. You haven't got the Twitch chat.
No, I don't have Twitch. But also with this thing.
Yeah.
Do you really think I'm going to be capable of running more than one?
Dan is being supportive on his travel laptop, And so far, we have agreed two things. One, he needs a new laptop, and two, he needs a new laptop.
Look, this is.
Have you agreed on a
It can
three?
literally support two tabs before it dies.
Have
two
you
tabs.
have you
on this
agreed?
one.
It currently has 1.5 tabs open, and it's struggling, and it's still got something that's been a kind of load screen since about 10-20 minutes before we started the live.
Yep.
I've got that thing spinning in the right-hand corner.
Yep.
If you pause a moment, I will check quite how many RAMs it has, but I think it's in the single
It's
digits.
4 gigabytes of RAM.
Good lord.
How in the
No,
world
it's
do you
not.
have a
Yes,
Yes, it is.
PC?
You showed me earlier.
It's
How
not
does
that much.
how does the thing start with only 4 gigabytes of RAM?
Slowly.
Slowly, you can say that again. Look it up. He's trying to disprove me on this, but I remember reading it say things.
Yes, but there's also the problem that it's so slow to start up, so I can actually see the thing. So I can't actually get it to move.
I'm torturing this poor boy. Matthew Blairns, with South Korea abandoning its light STOVL carrier for a drone carrier, is this the future of light aircraft? I think it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. It's going to depend on communications and how far away you want to operate things, because I think if you want to go for a drone carrier, you're going to have to look at the ability of having your own communication satellites. And you're going to have to look at having enough that you can maintain reasonable coverage of the likely area of operations. And that's going to be a limiting thing, because believe it or not, communication satellites are a finite resource. They can't be too high up in the atmosphere. They can't be too high up. They will only cover a certain area. So if you want to maintain coverage of a certain area, you require multiple satellites to cover that area. And
what I would
that's
also...
going to be limiting. Either that is or you're going to have to use some of your drones as actually communications drones to start repatching it. But I will now pass over to Fleet, who's
3.85 gigabytes of usable RAM.
It's got 3.58 of usable RAM and 4 gigabytes of installed RAM. Okay.
And it's 1.1
What I
gigahertz.
would also say is be careful about the South
You did
Koreans
just hear
changing.
that. You did hear 1 gigahertz of processing power on this laptop.
Now, if you don't mind, I
RAM.
need to feed the goat. I need to feed the
Can
goat.
you just stop talking over Flea? Because it's getting annoying on
Yeah.
his behalf.
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
Sorry.
what I would be careful is just be very careful of the South Koreans changing their minds, because this is the third time they've changed their mind on that carrier. First they wanted something like that looked like a mini Nimitz. Then they wanted a STOVL carrier. Now they want a drone carrier. It wouldn't surprise me if we come full circle yet again. Because that's the South Korean Navy for you.
Until they actually put the design in, it's gonna be
Yeah.
a complete utter wandering, because it always is with the South Koreans, because there's so many different political factors involved.
Spinny
No.
round.
Until they've got to building the actual flight deck, I don't trust them not to be still changing their mind, because it's going to be a question of whether it's fully flat or whether it has a ski jump.
Yeah, even that doesn't necessarily define you.
No, because I wouldn't put it past them. I'd have catapults and a ski jump personally.
Honestly, that
fruit
might be
for
they might
Draco.
end up going to Queen Little Fruit.
Shades of the Ilionosk.
Potentially, but
Leslie,
more Queen Elizabeth class, where you have a small, light email system, which is potentially going to be added in to launch, or Project Arc Royal light emails to launch assisted takeoff drones, and Paulimus, is there a book that has graphic illustration of the Royal Navy flag signals in World War I? I'm interested. This is from Tempests, in the flag signals from Dogger Bank that caused the Royal Navy to pile on Blucher. A book that has it.
So the problem is that there isn't really, and the reason for that is because there's just the standard naval signals flags, so there's 26 letters, 10 numbers, and a couple of kind of spare ones. It's the combinations, and that's the code book stuff. So that's where you have things like the Bravo Zulu, the all these other signals, and you just raise a couple of flags that are a code, and then the person goes and looks it up in the code book to see what the code means. And that's where you have the problem that BT was trying to be clever, and having failed to properly establish what he would mean by different signals by talking to his captains, which is the Nelson touch. It's called actually explaining your thinking and your working so people understand where you're trying to lead them.
Why would you need to do that? They're made my mind, surely.
That
I
sounds like my
postgraduate
father's
diploma in
leadership
leadership.
methodology.
I'm not kidding. I have postgraduate qualifications in leadership
I know.
from a good university.
But surely you just
Yeah.
the people, your supporters just read your mind.
This is him failing to remember that he's doing more than commanding a single ship.
Yeah.
Where it's voice pipes. No, so he hadn't explained that if there was a general chase, he would want people to carry on the chase, and he said something like, I can't remember, attack the nearest one or attack in line astern. And you had the same thing with the ships shooting at the wrong ones, because some of them were counting, because there was a different number of German ships and Royal Navy ships. You had one.
They were counting from a different
They
position.
were counting from different positions, or so did they think it would be from the front or from the back, or they couldn't actually see all of them, and all of those sorts of things. And so you end up with the chaos, and you end up with one ship using another ship's gunnery for their spotting, which unsurprisingly results in not hitting people. Who'd have thought? And so the signal would have been a random sequence of letters and numbers, so not exciting. And this was also an issue because who wasn't in sight at that point when he was doing later on at Jutland? Who wasn't in sight? Would that be one of the squadrons under his command?
Yes, quite regularly.
Yeah, would that be what leads to Warspite having to go, oh, I'm fighty, but I'm not quite that fighty.
Yeah, basically he turns his squadron round and doesn't bother to pass it on to 5th Battle Squadron, so they're still carrying on south when the battlecruiser fleet are charging past them, and then the 5th Battle Squadron go, shall we take on the whole German High Seas fleet? No, sir.
And it's kind of like Warspite's going, yes! And the others are going, no.
That is the thing. That is the thing. They actually, there was a moment where Evans was probably considering it, because,
amongst the squadron, there is a level of democracy. There will be 4 others who will have a vote alongside Warspite.
There were 3 other ships there. It was a squadron of 4.
I know. Had Queen Elizabeth been there, she would have had a vote, but
Yeah.
she didn't. She wasn't, and she didn't. But nonetheless, had she been there, she would have had a vote.
Yeah.
No. The entire voting pool was 5.
Yeah.
There were only 4 of them present. Warspite had already said, kill.
Yeah. And the
Right
other
for
3
the
went,
Blackguard.
no.
The other 3 went, we might want some friends.
Yeah.
Because we can take them, but our magazines are only so deep.
Okay.
And this is before they started lying about the size of their magazines for the treaties.
Oh, yes. Fleets, you were going to add something in.
No, it's fine.
You sure?
Sure.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Please be loud, because the trouble is we are talking next to each other, so you guys have a slight delay hearing us, and there's some delays going on. So this is what's leading to occasionally us talking over each other. I'm trying to manage but what I do is if you do say something, just go blah, and I will make sure that's something.
As a touch of admin, thank you, Canada Boy, for following Dr. Clark's channel.
Thank you, Canada Boy. Yeah, I saw that pop up. I was just waiting a chance to say it. And Lions is chatting away in the chat. And so is Walter Bradus. Hello, and YouTube Minecraft Watcher. And Paul Amos, of course, is doing wonderful things. And Calvin Gasberg and so many people are there. Castanea, hello. Hello, everyone who's in the chat. Matthew Blairens, hello. I once read a suggestion from an ex-SAS NCO, Ken Connor Ghost Force, that the MOD and the Foreign Office should have been merged during the Cold War. Is there any logic to this? None at all.
No,
What?
No.
What is
definitely
okay?
not.
What?
Mainly because, in the nicest way, the Foreign Office is lovely, but is incredibly certain that it runs the world. That is a really bad mindset for people who have access to guns.
Okay, so my question is, or slash my initial reaction is, what is what is that individual's intoxicant choice,
Hello, Darius.
and where can I get some?
Yeah, it sounds like such a nice idea on
It
paper.
doesn't sound like a nice idea on paper. It doesn't sound like a
it comes
nice
from an
idea on paper.
It's somebody who hurt.
You can tell it comes from an NCO because they're picturing a load of different versions of Ruperts in suits and Ruperts in uniforms, and they would manage them.
No,
Unfortunately,
it's an
since I've checked this many times, the Foreign Office has no equivalent of the NCO.
No. But
And that's your basic problem. So I'm sorry, there aren't enough NCOs to run that combined force. So no, no, and no.
I think it's somebody who's also heard that Clausewitz quote that war is diplomacy by other means, and what they don't understand is, I mean, so's cutting somebody's throat in dead of night and flying a fast jet. They are both war, but by different means.
Mm-hmm.
And so is sitting in a nuclear submarine under the ocean, waiting to not be able to hear it was the shipping forecast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Radio 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Radio 4.
Radio 4 long wave. So yeah.
So there is a logic to it, but it's a logic from an NCO thinking about managing Ruperts,
And
not
managing
when you
them.
actually deal with the organization. No.
Yeah, and it's also thinking that the SAS or the senior NCOs could then try and officer manage, lead up the Foreign Office ones they'd come across. Because remember, there'll be.
And also, the trouble is, and as Gareth has already put, this is a very SAS idea, because at the moment you're in the regular force and you're dealing with the large forces of the outside of the special forces, you find again it's a very different world.
Yeah.
It's like this is one of the things which I often find funny when people say, you should let SEALs command ships without any training because they've got the same rank, and you sort of go, no, running a warship like an Arleigh Burke and running a SEAL team. Both are incredibly skilled jobs, but they are very different jobs. And whilst you might be in the Navy and two sides of the Navy, you are very different naval personnel.
Yeah, that's like saying
And-
I can run a plumbing crew just because I have my master electrician's license. Now,
Yeah.
I probably could actually run a plumbing crew, but that's because I am something of a polymath when it comes to American building trades.
Yes.
It would be bad.
It would be very bad.
It's the I can't. It's the sort of thing that just is so no, because too much of it is the technical skill, and even though to some extent the officers are less the technical specialists, what they are certainly in the Navy is they sit as a kind of a filter between the true specialists and the people who are in a sense the users of the system, i.e. the captain and principal warfare officer and things. Because I've got a friend who was the chief, who was a what are they called? Weapon systems engineer officer, and it was talking to him about what his job was, and he's the one who kind of asks his chief geek when something's broken, how long will it take to fix? He then takes the extended answer about what it will take to actually fix it and goes, okay, it'll be 10 minutes, Captain. Because that's all the captain needs to know. He needs to know what size of job it is, because he needs to know whether he's going to need to reassign other people, and whether actually this geek is the right geek to be fixing it, if actually it's a different geek problem that needs something more than that geek is narrow area of expertise, and he's the one who career manages that geek and keeps them out of trouble, helps their career progression.
Yeah.
But so he speaks the language, he understands all of that, but he doesn't
do the job.
He doesn't necessarily do the job that moment. He potentially could, but yeah. And that's leading. And that's just to lead the weapon systems engineering on a Royal Navy ship. That's before you get to, landing it.
Yeah, it's just, no. And Flix, did you have something like, I could hear noise.
No, I didn't say a thing. No,
That could be my noises.
Okay.
I do noises.
You do. Dr. C, this is from my coach. If this is the year of leadership, what's this next year's theme? Year of Destroyers. It's either going to be destroyers or sloops. I'm still deciding sloops and frigates or destroyers. I'm still sort of turning between the two. Black Horse. Did the other navies in World War II need places like the German U-boat pens in order to maintain their own submarines? If so, where were they, and were they as heavily protected? They did have harbours where the submarines would go into. No, they didn't really do it like the U-boat pens. And honestly, what the Royal Navy did in Malta was they just submerged during the day. Literally, the boats would just sink during the day.
The thing with the Germans is that the U-boat pens aren't so much submarine vulnerability to being bombed. It's more the fact that it frees up assets from having to defend them actively. It means Luftwaffe aircraft can go elsewhere. It means Luftwaffe anti-aircraft guns can go elsewhere. It's not about the fact that the submarines are vulnerable, they have to be protected. It's just a way to reallocate resources that the Reich desperately needs elsewhere.
Okay,
also, to be fair, they are kind of vulnerable, and the infrastructure is also very vulnerable. And let's be honest, if you consider the size of bombs the RAF were dropping, if they've been dropping them on U-boats,
you get what I mean, though. You get what I mean. You get what I mean.
It's about maximizing everything across your whole force.
But the other thing, the other thing which was used in Malta was the stuff that the Knights of Malta had built, which had all been built for an artillery age. That's the key thing about Malta. Yes, it's kind of of an age where actually it's like Pendennis Castle or something. It's the same sort of era. And so actually it does have a degree of blast proofing for the personnel and a lot of the technical bits, because that's what they were using in the harbour. Yeah. Having been there recently, it's gorgeous. So the bit where they based the 10th Submarine Flotilla was there. And I have one to mention, but it's separate. So, yeah.
I'm going to invoke my channel idiot card and ask, was it typical to have your... You don't get it because you're too smart for this, but or too learned on this. Was it typical to have the AA guns under the control of the Air Force in this time frame?
Not always. In a nice way, quite a lot of the AA guns in the UK were either the Army, some of them were crewed by Navy, especially the Women's Royal Auxiliary. Women's Royal Auxiliary did a lot as well in the UK. A lot of the air gunners were girls.
They wouldn't let the girls pull the trigger because sexism.
No, theoretically they wouldn't, but in reality quite a lot of them did, because one of them was one of my great aunts, and she got a lot of trigger time. But she also had a habit of playing out the male NCO who was if they were being sexist to her. Yeah. She got in trouble 3 times for knocking them out. You don't mess with the women in my family; they will find a weapon.
Yeah. I mean, let's not forget the fact that even nations who were very much women's places in the home, like for example the Germans and the Japanese, tended to find when the bombs started falling and the front started calling for more men, the women tended to get to pull the triggers on anti-aircraft guns a lot.
You need more people to man the guns than you have available if you're just using. And if you're using especially when you're using the men as your primary force to provide your combat elements and your attacking elements. Air defense back in the home. You're taking those guys away from other areas where they could be useful. It's a resource management
The other
thing.
two things are one, and this is actually yet another of the factors that led to issues for the the BEF in Second World War.
Yeah.
Is that if you look at how the money was sliced, and so the Royal Air Force was top priority during the rearmament, then the Navy, but equally the Navy had kind of had more going through because it had all of the pre-built-in investment of lots of
The Royal Air Force was having to build a whole lot of new infrastructure. The Royal Navy was having to reactivate infrastructure.
The
That's
Army,
difference.
what money they were getting, a huge proportion of it was going to the air defence of Great Britain. And they're the ones that's why they were building the 3.7-inch guns. They'd converted a lot of 3-inch guns to AA. They were doing radar development, so you had all three services doing radar development. So a huge amount of that. In the US, you had the anti-aircraft was done by the Coastal Artillery branch, and so it became Coastal Artillery and Air Defense, and now it's just Air Defense, I think. It may have been merged with artillery. I don't know. The Americans. And again, in the Japanese case, you don't have anti-aircraft. You don't have an Air Force, sorry.
Yeah, so it just gets fun with them.
Italians, I think
That's a complicated piece of history. So yeah,
I don't know.
That's complicated. Let's go to
yeah.
Bomil Boy's next question. How easy would it be to fit torpedo tubes or an ASW mortar system to a modern OPV when needed? Depends on the design. If you've got Danish ships which have stand flex, it's literally plop out, plop in. If you're talking UK or various other nations, then it's going to be more complicated because it's not just a thing of fitting these things on the top. It's a case of linking them up to systems, providing targeting, command control data, and all these things. And also it's stabilizing them and balancing them in the hull. So it's not something you can really rapidly do.
Remember what we were talking. So looking at how small an OPV is, even these days, when you're looking at a torpedo tube, we're talking about suddenly lobbing a ton of weight off the side, which will also have an equal and opposite reaction. Because these days people don't really, except submarines, people don't use 21-inch torpedoes. They're all 18-inch ones.
Even the lovely lightweight torpedo, the Stingray, is a quarter of a ton.
Yeah.
And that's the lightweight
That's
torpedo.
the one so this is the difficulty that, and you need the sensors or else it's useless. It's not the kill. The kill bit, especially with a submarine, is horribly easy once you know where the submarine is. The bit that's really, really hard is knowing where the submarine is.
Yeah.
I mean, how much is a tigerfish?
Oh, they were
Ton and a half.
it was.
Yeah.
They were fun.
So this is the thing. The torpedo's not the problem. I mean, if you want to kill a submarine and you want to do something really simple, just make some depth charges. It's a barrel.
Yeah, let's be honest. If you end up deciding to fit something like a spearfish, which you theoretically could do if you really wanted to have a torpedo which had a chance of engaging from a surface ship and actually reaching a submarine before it could fire at you, if you were trying to use your torpedoes as an active. And I honestly, an OPV is not a good tool to have going out there trying to hunt submarines, because you need to also not just add in the ASW system, you need to add in all sensors or towed array or whatever you're going to use for it as well. So if you were really using torpedoes as an offensive method from a ship to try and engage submarines, rather than as a last ditch, we're firing this because you're already killing us, so we're firing this straight down the line of engagement at you, and you're going to have torpedoes coming at you as a you're going to get us but we'll get you kind of thing, which is really what torpedoes on ships are more about these days when they're fitted to surface ships. You're talking about fitting something more like a heavyweight torpedo, like a spearfish, and then you're launching something which is nearly 2 tons.
and 7 meters long.
And you'll want to be launching about 3 or 4 of them. So,
To be honest, thinking about it, given that these days, let's say an Arleigh Burke or the Royal Navy ships, they're basically launching the helicopter dropped
torpedoes, yeah.
To me, that almost smacks more of this is our ready-use magazine of torpedoes.
Mhm.
In the event of a fire in our hangar, we can just push them out to sea. More than it is an actual weapon.
Oh,
system.
you've realised that's why launchers are on the hangars. Yeah.
You're not going to have 2 sets of lifts for those things out to bring them out of somewhere.
No.
Yeah, but no, that one did just occur to me, but it's a
They are fun.
damage control thing. Yeah. So the OPV, probably the best use for the OPV in an ASW role is going to be if you can get it pulling a towed array sonar.
Problem
Even
is
just
fitting a
as
total array
remote.
is not a sim.
It's
Yeah.
not a simple thing,
Problem
but
is
if you were going to do anything, it's going to be that.
Yeah.
But you're better off using
Even then, the
these
problem-
trawlers.
Well, honestly, in a nicest
It-
way, the Danish get around it by using a helicopter dropping sonar. And I know Fleet's just about to say something, so I'm going to let Fleet talk. Sorry.
Problem is we're again running into the whole but it can do things that warships can do. Therefore,
Yeah. The trouble is, it's
which is what we
it's
don't
the case
want.
of- and very quickly you find yourself rebuilding a frigate. Very quickly you find yourself, because once you're going into, and then once you have sufficient enough crew, you then need power, sufficient enough systems, you then need the power to support them, and the computer systems, which is going to require a larger hull. And then once you've got a larger hull, oh well, mice will add in helicopter and UAV systems, so that's going to require more people, more power. And at a certain point, you've got enough crew, you're going to need increased mess facilities and a mess personnel, and then you're going to need probably medical people, and that's going to require more power, more space, and eventually you find yourself with about a 6,000-ton frigate.
And the other issue you start to get into is, especially these days, they will often look to things like the Lloyd's rules for ships.
Hello! We have another Dan arrive.
We are damned.
Question:
Hey,
So-
Isn't
Double
isn't the hotel load for modern warships functionally
Doesn't
non-existent as a proportion of their electrical load?
Hotel load might be. Space in hull for accommodation,
But it's also all the things
take
like,
that more.
if your crew is above X number of people or you have Y number of passengers, you need a ship's doctor on board. And it's those sorts of
Yeah.
things which you start running into. And whilst you can kind of go, ooh, let's not do that, we can
Well-
get away with not doing it if we're a warship. The reality is these aren't properly warships.
Dan, surely we can just let a Grok-powered WebMD autodoc take care of the crew's medical needs.
Problem
We
is,
don't-
usually by the point you consider most crews on most warships are quite healthy normally and quite well fit. By the moment you need them is usually the point to which things are blurting out of them, and they're in sufficient pain and sufficient agony that it's not going to be WebMD diagnosis. It's going to be surgery right now.
No, there are 3 other things you might need to do.
Okay.
Dentistry,
All right. Yes.
appendices,
Yes.
venereal disease.
Yes. And all those require something slightly more advanced than WebMD.
Do you know what this required qualification was for doctors in the US Army for the US Civil War?
What? This is going to worry me.
They had to have obstetrics paperwork. They had to be able to do obstetrics for the camp followers.
They had to be able to deal with childbirth. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
Because
sense.
that you have qualifications in, whereas things like battlefield wounds and things, you don't. There's no qualification for that. You just do whatever.
As Steve Clark has pointed out, most World War II subs did not have actual doctors. My father had to be rescued by a
I don't
cruiser.
think any
Yeah,
did.
that's quite normal
None did.
because the submarines crews were small enough they didn't require those personnel. That's the thing we're talking about. It's once the crew get larger. And the trouble is also surface ships tend to have to respond to emergencies as well, and that's when problems come up. And then they need the doctor aboard. Whereas submarines can usually go, no, we can't respond to this this declaration of emergency because either we didn't hear about it, or B, we're here covertly, so we're not supposed to reveal our position by responding, or C, we're a submarine. The space aboard us is limited.
Well, this is so one of the other things that the medical officer does is they're responsible for a lot of the environmental health. So checking that the ship, tropical stuff. Oh, we're going to this place. Is everyone vaccinated? Do people need to be starting to take malaria pills because we're about to go near a malarious area? Things like that. Submarine, closed box. It's not gonna be exposed to the atmosphere and things, or you have a whole team sorting out your life support. You don't have that so much, but it's amongst the other things falls into kind of the doctor's roles. And your subtender had permanent medical stuff, but a lot of the stuff that's in the kind of books, I think, is things like how to do your sewing, which, given that everyone will have been repairing their clothes at sea, everyone knows how to do stitching. It's easier to stitch people if you give them local anaesthetic. They stop twitching and pulling away as you sew, which, trust me, does help. I've tried stitching people without the local. The person asked me to. And a few basic bits of surgery. But it's amazing how stretchy skin is. From a hole in somebody about that big, you can open them up big enough to properly get out their appendix. Stretchy.
You're getting all the extra information, and the other Dan hasn't even got here yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Welcome to BRUSHIPS, where you get more than you bargained for.
So, Matthew Blarens, have you read Herman Cahn's On Thermonuclear War? Well, I quickly drew up the a précis of it, so if Dan wanted to get involved or anyone else wants to get involved. In the case of this, I have read it. I had to read it years ago when I was teaching some stuff. It's interesting work. It basically says that thermonuclear weapons aren't enough. You have to have actual let's put it this way, weapons which are not supposed to just use the thermal profile, but actually be ground strike weapons. And it has some interesting ideas on the winnability of nuclear warfare.
What is the
honestly,
alleged
it was theoretically controversial, and it's often used as an interesting argument against some of the ideas of mutually assured destruction, but I would say, on the basic thing from memory, and this is having read a long time ago, I've got it somewhere around me. Thermonuclear war it's an interesting thought piece. It provokes a lot of discussion. I'm not sure I agree with all its concepts. I do have to say it is kind of easy for it to poke holes in the idea of people going, but thermonuclear weapons are all we need, because then you build bunkers and you store all the key people and all the resources in bunkers, and thermonuclear weapons tend to not damage bunkers because they are airburst weapons. They are designed to annihilate cities. But it's kind of a case of no one was really interested in just having thermonuclear weapons. You can deploy the weapons, especially as regard to modern systems, weapons can be adjusted. They can be used as thermonuclear, they can be used as direct. There's even a theory that some of the modern systems and modern nuclear warheads can be used as EMP systems as well.
I mean, there's also the fact that if you want to look at thermonuclear weapons in terms of bunker busting, look at the Pershing systems the US deployed to Europe. Those were light, mobile thermonuclear weapons that had a bunker-busting thermonuclear warhead deliberately designed to penetrate the bunkers that Soviet command staff were planning to fight World War III from. So you can use thermonuclear weapons to blow a bunker to Kingdom Come. You've just got to build one that actually gets to it.
And you've got to be.
Those are very interesting weapons. They are very, very interesting weapons.
And Fleet, you've got to be willing to pay the price of a massively increased fallout.
Yeah.
There is that as well.
Yeah. So
the other thing I'd point out about the book is when it was two things. One is when it was written.
1960.
That is vital. This was 1960. This is when you are talking about the B-52 being new.
There is no precision. There is no precision.
And that is your means of delivery. So there is warning. You are not. You know, this is pre-Cuban Missile Crisis.
The most recent version was published in 2007. It is worth a read, but I always say it is a starting point of a discussion. It is not a solution. It is not an end point. It is a lot of good points for a discussion.
There's
Doctor.
also an issue about. There's also an issue about a scientist using the term megadeath in a literal sense of mega as in million, as in megawatts.
Also, you have to remember he was at the time in the Rand Corporation, and then he leaves Rand to form the Hudson Institute. And it's based on the controversial nature of this and the status it got him, that he was able to form the Hudson Institute. And of course, no academic has ever published a controversial work in order to get clout so they can form their own organization, have they?
No.
No academic has. So it's a starting point for a discussion.
No, sorry. Every academic wants to.
Do you want to try and help Dan get in?
Alright. It's really weird time delay.
Mute everyone, but mute the people in the room. Dan is sorting himself out on another laptop rather than trying to squeeze onto the same screen. But yeah, the time delay thing between hearing it back through Discord and hearing it from him sitting
is kind of causing him fun.
Weird.
How much of a time delay actually is there? Because it shouldn't be that long.
There's
surely.
actually there actually is a bit. It's kind of fun. This is what's caused us to be speaking over Fleet earlier, because we hadn't yet realised quite how much it was, and we're almost counting it with our feet. If you can't see them because we're in, we're almost tapping our feet to give you guys time to come in. We're almost doing that, so we will apologise if we're a bit delayed in that. But it's I'm not sure what's causing the time delay, but there is something causing a bit of time delay with Discord. So I do apologise again about the earlier.
I just want to ask, because this is kind of stuff I certainly can't do off the top of my head. He's sitting 50 centimeters away from me.
Yeah.
So although the speed of sound is a lot slower than the speed of light, how far is the sound having to go to then go into the computer electrically, wherever it's going, wherever the Discord servers are?
Garrus to just point out, it takes time for the internet to reach Cornwall. Yeah. It's about 5-6 seconds delay, and believe it or not, that is enough for us to be for the gap to be over and us to be carrying on speaking. And yeah, so we have to think this. We're working it though.
Yeah. But you'll be unsurprised to learn they don't really use copper wires down here for the internet connection things, because they will be nicked.
Team U, there are localized servers in the UK and EU. Generally speaking, it makes it easier to comply with EU data privacy.
Rotterdam, I believe, actually.
Really?
And hi Yuki, by the way. I can see Yuki chatting away in Twitch. Hi Yuki.
I'm only surprised because
Yuki.
I would have slightly thought they might have been in Iceland.
And
they were sticking most of those sorts of things in Iceland.
Yeah, there are some people have decided that, frankly, Iceland could be interesting.
In the sense of...
No comment.
Volcanoes, and the fact that the volcanoes rumbling actually can cause you to have to spend more money on server floor dampening. They're not server vibrations. When you're dealing with servers at that high speed, can be impacted by it.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's fun.
Whereas if it's in the Netherlands, it's just if they don't maintain the flood defenses, it'll sink. Like,
Well, it won't sink. It'll just get a little wet.
The politicians' homes will be flooded as well. They tend to be quite good at the flood defenses thing.
I mean, it's the Dutch who basically allowed us to turn Norfolk into something semi-usable.
Yeah, thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, next question.
However, that being said, this particular Discord channel is on US East server, and I get to ban somebody. This is great.
Enjoy.
Why do you get to ban somebody? What did they do this
good
time?
lord.
There's this spam bot thing.
And that I I have to say, urinary submission. I think that's a very bad spam bot name.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah, that's a terrible spam bot name. Yeah, the nicest way, you've got to pick a better spam bot name than that. That's just going to instantaneously get you picked out.
Yes, urinary submission 57. They created the account yesterday.
Yeah.
If
Black Horse.
if I need
Okay.
followers that badly, I will beg, borrow, or steal them from Dr. Clark and Fleet.
Yeah.
Hang on, you can't have any of
Black
mine. I need them.
Well, you know, so does Yuki, so does Brunon.
Lots of
They both
them.
need followers. And Foxo needs followers. Foxo deserves more followers. Black Horse, what happened to the leftover German ships at the end of World War II?
Some of them got buried.
Some
Yeah,
got buried, some entered the service with the French Navy, some the Italian Navy, some eventually the German Navy,
We took a few.
some went into the Soviet Navy.
We took a couple of them
Yeah.
and very quickly took them out of service, realizing they were terrible.
Basically, the ships' hulls were good. Sorry about that.
It was the engineering stuff.
It was the boilers. It's
Yeah.
the fact that the Germans had turned creating a steam boiler into an art form. And the trouble is, you don't want your boilers to have emotions and artistic temperaments. You want your boilers to be machines
Boil.
that do what you tell them to.
Especially in ships in the North Sea, where somebody might shoot at them.
You know, it's the thing is, people go, these are beautiful, these are wonderful machines. They are, but they are artistic machines, not machines you want to be relying on.
They are pieces of precision engineering in the yard, in the factory making them. The other ships, I mean, it was Admiral Shear. They discovered was
Turned to a
paved over and is in a car
Yeah.
park.
Yes.
7% has been found in that car park.
A couple of years ago, they found some submarines in a U-boat pen that had been buried.
I was just checking the Elbe 2 bunker in Hamburg.
Yeah.
They found 3 of them.
Prince Eugen got nuked.
It got painted. It got a
Because
very
the-
lovely orange coat of paint first. Okay, we did at least
Yeah.
take her to the spa before we nuked her.
Blew
Yeah.
her face off.
Well, to be fair, I think that wasn't actually the original plan. I think it's just some of the US crews had to try and work the engines and then decided that rather than any risk of her being taken into service,
Yuka.
what are you going to do with it?
I mean, it is a funny joke, but let's be honest here. I mean, let's be honest here. The Baltimores are already superior to Hipper, and then of course the Des Moines is sat there with their arms folded, going,
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's not known.
Yeah, I mean, the US are building
uh,
better ships.
Next question.
however, before we go to the next inline question, I do
Okay.
feel the need to highlight something from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Who here hates the Mark 14 torpedo? Everyone.
I think no one
No,
cares.
I don't hate.
I
No,
know.
Just love
No.
it.
I don't.
no. No one hates the Mach 14 torpedo. We hate the people who didn't test the thing properly.
No, I
that's
hate the
more
early
fault.
Mark
It-
14
it-
torpedo.
No, yeah, but it's the fault of the people who didn't test it and wouldn't listen to anyone telling them that it wasn't working until Admiral King was threatening to do nasty things to their bodies.
Violence will
Probably with that,
present itself.
I think it was more he was threatening to turn them into butterflies, the same way Vikings turned people into eagles. Colin Cameron.
That is
If
actually a
Hawaii-
thing.
Yeah. Colin Cameron, if Hawaii had followed Malta in voluntarily joining the Empire to avoid getting taken over by someone else, how do you see affecting the RN and USN strategy in the 1920s, 19th and 20th centuries?
Well, first of all, we should correct. Malta did not join the British Empire voluntarily. Malta was nabbed from the French, who had nabbed it off the Knights of Malta. Because this was revolutionary France, who were anti-Catholic, and I don't want to say the Maltese are or were strongly Catholic, but they make the Poles and the inhabitants of the Vatican City seem
secular.
Yeah. So basically, the French. So Malta joined that way, and then we kept it after the peacenings rather than giving it back to anyone, because the Knights of Malta had basically.
Knights Hospitaller were lovely people, but they just weren't able to do the job.
Well, they dissolved after.
It's
losing
also
Malta,
worth-
basically.
But
It's
don't
also
they
worth
still
pointing out
exist,
that
though?
Hawaii.
Because they're
Yes, they
part of
do.
the Red Cross now.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do technically still exist. They have a building.
They do.
But Malta.
No, they
because
have a lot more than that. They have a lot more than just a building fleet. You have to remember, Knights Hospitaller, and remember, after World War II, they end up with one of the largest air forces in the world because they get the Italian Air Force. And I use that for many things. So the Knights Hospitaller are very much still around. They're very much still there. They are very much. They are still have the rights to award passports and set up emissaries. And
They're in the UN.
Yes.
Garrus the Brit is an expert on them, and he's probably one of the world's best experts on them. So yeah,
Very quickly,
But the issue
I
is
remember
the
that
phase of being-
they're the last remaining Catholic Holy Order that still operates in the Holy Land.
Okay, I'm gonna step in
Or they
here
have
and
hospitals in Jerusalem.
I'm gonna step.
And
I'm gonna step. I'm gonna step in here and hold the door open for Fleet, and then I'm gonna say something.
So, the important thing to get back on topic, Hawaii would join the Empire as an ally or possibly a protectorate, and a very loose protectorate at that. There would not be a direct annexation. There would be very much you are a very close ally of ours. Sort of analogous to some of the more independent princely federations in India, but with even more independence.
No. They're very different from the Princely Federation. Because the Princely Federation is much more feudal than that.
Well, Hawaii was very
that
much
feudal. No, they weren't.
Well, they were at first, and then they reformed.
No. We're talking about what is much more several tribes coming together, as I understand it, compared to the Indian caste system, feudal system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, wouldn't you see something like the Trucal Treaty?
No, I was more referring to.
It would be a protectorate of sorts. It would probably be closer to the relationship we have. Actually, if I think about it, it's going to sound strange, with Gibraltar, in that they would be self-governing on domestic affairs, and it would be foreign policy. They are combined.
Isle of Man, Channel Islands.
I'd
with
say
a
they'd probably
governor
more
to
be a
just
dominion.
check on things.
Well, why would
They'd
they
probably
be
be more like a
No,
dominion.
because especially at the time we're talking about for the early 19th century, there ain't dominions. Dominions come in later. They would become a dominion later on, but they wouldn't be a dominion straight off. And it's
If we're
19th,
talking about
20th
Hawaii,
century.
if we're talking about Hawaii joining to avoid annexation, that's 1890.
That's before the
Seven?
Confederation
no
of Canada,
dominions.
so there isn't a dominion.
Yeah. No.
Okay, yes,
so
they
the
would.
idea of
Okay, so they would
dominions-
become a dominion later. Then.
Yes.
I don't see the kind of dominion. So, how
Well, no,
familiar
not one
are
thing.
you with the Trucal Treaties, Blake?
I'm fairly familiar.
The treaty
go on.
surrounding what we now
What's
know
that,
as the Gulf
UAE?
States,
Yeah.
It's the UAE.
where they were
Go on.
fully autonomous but technically protectorate. You probably
The other option would be the
Yeah.
But that
Federated
also that
Confederated
treaty
Relay
system
States.
is later than we're talking about now. That's not the frameworks they worked with in the early 18th century, in the early 19th
Well,
century.
They
Right,
start
isn't this
from
the
the Maritime
1890s?
Treaty of 1820. Is
No,
when
it's
that was-
the question said to the 19th century.
Right.
So the question as it's phrased in the 19th and 20th centuries, we've got to consider it from, let's say, Hawaii joins at the time of 1810s, something like that.
But
Then
yeah,
we're
I
That's
dealing with
more
very
of 1812.
It
type of era.
It's
can't.
Gibraltar.
Problem is,
It's the model.
the problem is you can't have it when it. The problem is it can't be before Kamehameha. It has to be after Kamehameha dies. Kamehameha has spent the whole point of his unification campaigns has been to unite the islands as an independent policy. It
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
be until after he dies. It has to be after he dies. So that puts a start point for this.
Well, unless
No, because
No,
unless
unless
he
he
gets
decides,
into it.
unless he uses, unless he allies with Britain as part of his unification strategy.
remember Britain.
That's the thing.
That's not that's just not who the man was. He was very much willing to work with foreigners, but Hawaii was for Hawaiians. You can
Yeah,
come here and
Britain
trade,
has no
but we
problem
are
with
not.
that.
But
That's the British
nicest way, if that's up until if he's got others trying to pressure him and he chooses the British as the least of the worst options.
Remember the Japanese
In a way,
saw the
he
British
kind of
as the less
did it.
bad option.
In a way, he did historically. That's basically what
Yeah.
happened.
And basically,
There's a difference- there's a
basically,
difference between-
he might go for a protectorate style relationship where domestically the British recognise the whole of Hawaii as being his area, but foreign policy wise, he's part of the British Empire and British areas. And there's a governor there to oversee that, but domestically, it's entirely his.
Unfortunately, no. That goes entirely against the man's character.
I don't
okay,
think so. I
okay,
don't think
okay.
it does.
No,
Wait.
he's pragmatic. That's his, in
Yeah.
this way. If his policy is between, let's say, French invasion, American invasion, or British, basically going, you're part of our territory and we want to use you to water our ships, but otherwise don't care about you. Which one's he going to go with?
I mean, he's going to go with the British, but that basically requires us magicking up invasions before they're likely to occur, which I feel goes against.
Yes,
the spirit
and
of the
that's
question.
that's the question.
Yeah.
You're trying to rewrite the question to fit what you want to say.
You're doing a
I mean,
reverse
I'm
knight.
not. That's not what's
Right, now, to quote
happening here.
the question, if Hawaii had followed Malta and voluntarily joining the Empire to avoid getting taken over by someone else, how do you see this affecting the Royal Navy and United States Navy strategy in the 19th and 20th centuries? So clearly,
Yes, this is
there's
true.
someone threatening to invade them or attack them.
Yes,
Yes.
America in the 1890s.
Like Malta.
No.
No,
Or
it's
it could be
earlier.
America in
No.
far earlier.
Yeah. It could be earlier. You could see this as a spin-off of all kinds of the kind of arguing over the Canadian-US border. Could even just be in the aftermath of the War of 1812,
Yeah.
which of course is just around the time that Malta is coming properly into the British Empire.
And it's saying followed Malta into voluntary, so I'm
So
presuming
that
on a
would be
similar timeline to Malta.
1850s, 1820s, as early as that. Or you have it just after they've opened up, forced Japan to open up in the 1850s, where again, because the US is looking to the Pacific and it's trying to reach the Pacific, that would fit perfectly. That's
Yeah.
decades earlier, and so you have a very, very different
Mm.
realpolitik. And this is the problem with the great man theory. It's one person, and he is dictated to by his circumstances.
He's working within the context and label. He was able in that time to do the options of go completely independent because that was the circumstances he was given with. If he was given a scenario where it wasn't, he probably makes the same choices quite a few other leaders do in the world. They start weighing up the empires. The French have a habit of going in and killing off the ruling class, so he's not going to be keen on that. The Americans are going to do away with the ruling class. Not going to be keen on that. The British, as testified to in India, and other things have a tendency to make accommodations to the ruling class, as long as they loosely follow certain rules and regulations and norms.
Mostly not murdering people.
Yes, that's good. Things which are good for trade. Which is he going to pick out of those three options? Being a very pragmatic gentleman who does historically bring Hawaii together, he's going to go with the British. It's the least worst option of a very bad situation.
You've already got the British.
It's
dealing with
the
Pacific
secret
Islanders
to why the
and
British
New Zealand.
Empire grew so big. We like to claim it was Marshall strategy and all these things. It wasn't, because we were the least worst option of the scenario.
So just to do it.
Anyone else for a little bit?
Just to do a touch of admin, Yuki, that is set up through StreamerBot. It's able to proc off of Twitch's API. I can show you how to do it at any point in time that I'm not in my car or in a Connex box. And also, Leslie has warned us that he is either reinforcing existing friendships or creating new friendships with Gurkhas. And I am mildly concerned for my positional
He
integrity.
has 14 at his disposal this week.
No, he said 12.
12. Okay, 12.
I might
That
need to
makes things
borrow some
slightly
of them.
better.
Why are you
Black Horse
borrowing
question
some of them,
was-
Dragon?
Incident on
Oh no,
Friday.
to answer that. Okay, to finish answering that question, how it affect British and American strategies? It's such a big change because it's going to mean that the potential point of friction, which was Hawaii, will be done away with. But it's also going to be another point of friction in that America's going to feel surrounded by the British on all four sides. So that's going to cause more fun. So honestly, it's going to change things quite dramatically.
I think I think it's gonna the Philippines is going to be a big turning point, and the Spanish-American
If
War.
the Americans get to the Philippines, because it's going to depend more and more on British supplying them with coal, and there not being any neutral trade ports to refill their ships halfway across. Options for that strategy, so it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, just Yuki, just drop me a line at some point. If you're up late tonight, well, for what's late for you, I can walk you through it pretty easy. So, heck, I can even package the damn thing up and send it to you. Oops, sorry.
Wording?
No worries. Black Horse. Was HNLMS Abraham Christian the only ship that disguised itself as an island or something similar?
Statistically, no.
No. But certainly it's the most famous example, and the only one I can really think about that was moving as a mobile island, not necessarily just trying to hide itself up to an island.
I mean, and if you want to go tiny, you've got duck punts with the duck guns, which are supposed to be very sneaky, and just kind of blend into the region.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, the trouble is the period we're talking about at certain points, there wasn't a Germany.
No, this is mostly there being a Germany, and really,
Yeah.
Prussia are at that point.
And Prussia at that point are Britain's naval dependency. They're one of the greatest armies on Europe, but they are Britain's naval dependency by a long stretch.
We also just tend to fund them when we need to.
Yeah, we tend to hire the Prussian army and point them at people.
Hey, that wasn't very nice when you did it back in the 1770s.
That wasn't. We didn't even have to hire them. They were just other troops from another part of the King's territories.
That wasn't even the Prussians. That wasn't even the Prussians. We brought it was just some other Germans who happened to show up and say, they were just some other Germans, including Hanoverians, who just showed up and said, we would like to fight the Americans.
Yeah, that was because also the kings of Britain at that time were also the rulers of Hanover.
Yeah, they were the electors of Hanover, which we only lost with Victoria.
Yeah.
Because they had the even more sexist laws of inheritance.
That was so useful for Britain, though. Honestly, the British Parliament was so happy to lose Hanover at that point because there were all sorts of issues coming up with potential German unification, which they were looking at down the line as people started talking about it. And in a nice way, if Hanover was part of the UK, that could have ended up us being involved in the German unification wars, and we did not want that.
Unless we got to keep Helgoland.
We kept Helgoland anyway. We only gave it back to them by treaty when we felt like it later on in the century. Later on.
That was an error.
Yes.
Why do I feel like the British Empire is just one long extended story of Britain strategically acquiring and dumping territories as means to deter conflict?
Because conflict gets in the way of trade.
Yeah, conflict. You have to remember, wars cost money and disrupt trade, which costs even more money. The British Empire was all about resource extraction and financial gain. We were quite honest. We didn't want to rule you. We just wanted to sell you stuff at a slightly inflated markup. Not enough to cripple you, because we wanted you to be able to buy more stuff in the future, but enough to make sure we got suitably rich.
And we were worried that a lot of the other powers, particularly the French, but also the Spanish, had liked ideas of not allowing trade with others. So, that was the whole thing about Drake. Admittedly, people like Drake and Raleigh not the dog, were going over to the Spanish West Indies and things and South America to sell slaves, which we do not approve of, but we do not hide because we have to be honest about history. But yeah, they were basically trying to get round the trade embargo that said only the Spanish could trade with the Spanish colonies.
And most of the Spanish colonies were actually only too happy to see other ships showing up. They only got upset and said you were raiding us when the Spanish warships turned up. Cameron, was there much of a year's difference between the mines deployed by the Royal Navy and the Kaiserliche and the Kriegsmarine during both World Wars?
Yeah. So one of the key things is in Second World War you started getting more interesting types of mines. You got the magnetic mines, you got the acoustic mines, you got influence mines, all of those. So you had more than just the classic Hertzhorn type. The basic thing of normally it's often a sphere, but it can be a barrel type.
Yeah, basically World War One, the mines are much of a muchness. I'm trying to think of it. There's not really much of a differential between the two.
And they look like the classic mines.
Yeah, they look like spiky balls. They look like maces.
Yeah. After that, they moved on to more than just spiky maces.
Yeah. We got you. Help Dan.
Dan.
Yeah. Right, he hasn't managed to link in yet. And Matthew Brown, why do lots of air power advocates dislike aircraft carriers? It's mainly something you found in the 1920s and 30s, but is something which still comes up today. And I think the main upset is that air power advocates, the aircraft carriers work on taking the airfield on the aircraft closer to the target, whereas air power advocates like to talk about increasing the range and capability of the aircraft. So basically the two just
you don't hear us through it. If you click on...
It also forces the air power advocates to acknowledge that they might need a separate service due to the radically different requirements of said service.
Yes, and that causes issues.
If you open it properly.
I think I'm coming through a jewel.
Yes, you have.
So
we are now hearing biblically accurate Dr. Clark.
Yeah. And you're now seeing the time delay. That's gone. Black Horse. How often did ships try to disguise themselves as also random, like in PQ-17, and making themselves look like icebergs? That's less frequent, although they often try to break up their images and break up their outlines. What's more common is that they'll try to disguise themselves, especially through history, as other ships. Merchant ships, other nations' warships, all these sort of things. That's more common. Flying flags of convenience was the most regular trick. Okay. And Brandon Larson, you're in charge of the US and Royal Navy from 1919 until 1949. What do you build in a world where we have no naval treaties? I'm going to work this through for everyone, and I'm going to start off with Runon, who's at the bottom of my list on from the chat, and then work up. So you know which order you're going to come in. Runon, Foxo, Fleet, Dragon, then it's going to be Dan and Dan.
Let me recheck the wording on this question.
Yeah. Both down.
Oh,
Do we have to do
no,
both?
no, no.
One just for the sake of time.
You can pick it.
Of the US
one,
and
but in
Royal
nice way,
Navy.
If everyone has done the same navy, I'm going to force you to do the other one. So try and make it even.
Ships on the UK.
Okay, so
I'll do both of them. Sorry, go on.
the problem is the question doesn't give me power over Congress, and it doesn't give me power over the Treasury.
You're in charge of the US Navy.
You have no treaties, so you have no limitations. So it's
Yes, but I have
I
have this problem called the United States Congress and their
No,
constitutional
you're in charge
power
then.
of the purse. Not according to that
You're in
question, I'm not.
You
Yes, you
could
are, 'cause you're in
fund
charge of the
Mahan
industry.
to go on a speaking tour of the United States.
I could.
Wasn't he dead?
So okay, so if we're going to
Like,
amend,
after World War I.
if we're going to amend the question to induce a uh, conciliatory funding regime, okay, or a permissive funding regime. I'm building the Lexingtons. I'm probably building the Lexingtons +4, with the extra 4 being converted to flight decks without the 8-inch guns. I'm going to take a look at Royal Navy heavy, Royal Navy cruiser design, and build my own with the notes changed up a little bit. And as far as destroyers, I don't remember anything particularly bad about the late war interwar destroyers, so I'm going to just keep course and speed on that. And I'm going to use the increased building cycle to. I'll probably try and make what's his face. Tillman very happy and give him a bunch of money to upgrade his shipyard in Charleston, so it can be a 60 odd thousand ton ship capable shipyard. And do that in a lot of places, so that I can keep my infrastructure healthy. Probably build the idealized Yorktown when it comes to be that time.
Okay.
And then start the Alaskas early, and focus in on the Long Tanas. Except keep turbo electric, but otherwise accelerate the development drive that would have given us the Long Tana.
All right. Then Foxo.
So, no. Why?
You can do it.
I wish the IGN was on this list. I'd have fun with them. But if
Yeah,
oh well, never mind.
I'm thinking.
I can hear the smoke from here,
For
Foxo.
you, I will add in the IGN.
We've got echo again.
We've got Boom Boom
Because
Dan.
I've got the issue of, do I have the Royal Navy do what I would want them to do? Or what's best for them?
Well, you're in charge of it, so do what you want.
Right, so, first things first, I would look at expanding or trying to find a replacement for the Hawkins class. Because in hindsight, that's the future of the cruiser in a singular unit. What's the date? Was that out?
1919 through 1949, I believe it was.
If I remember correctly, the admirals that unfinished admirals are still around at this point. So I wouldn't build any of the built carriers. I would try and get those converted. As for battleships, I would build the G3 class and look at getting the various K related designs for battle cruisers also into production. So, and essentially try and keep the paradigm of the battleships and the battle cruisers going for the Royal Navy. Because personally, I think it would suit them better than trying to rush the fast battleship idea when it comes to World War II. of that
Fully
sort of
armored battle
period.
cruiser.
Yes. So battle cruiser one words, but they're still quite obviously battle cruisers. They've got the 12-inch universal belt, yes, but they're not built like the G3s are built, for example.
Mhm.
And I would just push and try and get the same sort of, well, I'll try and get classes of 4 for new battleships being built, or 3 if necessary, because of the post-war period. But as far as I'm aware, there's nothing wrong with how the Royal Navy was procuring battleships pre-World War One. So I would try and keep that going, or
They
turn
were
it down
building
a
them
little.
for the North Sea.
Yeah.
Too much.
And secondly, because as I understand, because I would want to keep regular battleship production going, just so, and hope to try and keep naval production going long enough for the American election to come. Because both parties, if I remember correctly, are very isolationist and don't want much to do with this whole fleet idea. So even if I have to cancel a lot of these ships I've ordered, I'd still want to do the ordering 5 a year.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right. All right.
I don't
I
do
think
well at
now
public speaking.
it's Fleet's turn. You still finished speaking?
Right.
Sorry, I thought you finished.
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't do well at public speaking.
You do very well,
You do actually
Foxo.
pretty well. You need more confidence in yourself.
And the presentations you're going to give when we're on the ship-shaped cruise are going to be excellent. Don't worry. Now, Fleet.
So, I have asked for and have been given a substitution, the Imperial Japanese Navy. What? The other part
Yes,
of the
but
big
you're
three.
still given the same amount of time as everyone else is, so I will be timing it.
Right. So,
Mhm.
I have no naval treaties. The first thing to do is to look at what we're building and go, right, okay, so and basically, unfortunately, I'm gonna basically have to can everything that isn't the Amagis. Because I have a choice. I can look at what I'm building and go, right, I can get 2 16-inch arm battleships in the form of the Nagatos, and then I can have 4 14-inch arm battleships and 4 14-inch armed battle cruisers, and then get 3, possibly 4 16-inch armed battle cruisers, which then gives me 8 battle cruisers and 6 battleships, which is not, while it's not what I want, it's 2 battleships short of what I want. It's a fleet I can at least ride out the building surge and not crash the Japanese economy into oblivion. Once those ships are in service, I can then probably build 2 Hosho alike, so follow-ons from Hosho, so probably slightly bigger, which gives me a pair of, I don't know, I think, 18,000-ton carriers. I'm going to keep doing what the Japanese were doing with cruisers, because they were already moving in the direction of the 8-inch armed-ish cruiser, although you'd probably have ships of... Although you'd probably see different from proper Japanese cruisers in terms of how we know them, is that my ships would probably solidify around numbers of cruisers of about 10 to 12,000 tons, carrying 8-inch guns. So basically trying to build a larger number of smaller but more well-rounded designs, rather than trying to squeeze as much as possible out of the hulls. Ideally, I'd also have an ability to have a tranche of ships that is slightly smaller. But basically sort of chop and change, so you'd have a design with 8-inch guns, and a design with 9 6-inch, or Japanese equivalent, guns in 3 triples. And those would be your build-out for cruisers. Although then you'd have a third, an even smaller diminutive, which would shrink the design down even further for sort of leading flotillas and being the mass production cruiser in wartime, carrying 8 6-inch guns in 4 twins, and that would be the smallest cruiser I would build. And those are my fleet cruisers. So we've talked fleet cruisers, we've talked capital ships, we've talked carriers, at least for the 1919 to about 27 period we're talking here. Finally, we need to talk destroyers. Destroyers, I don't really need to change what Japan is doing. I can basically keep doing what I'm doing there. That's fine. So that's 1919 to 1927 covered. So 27 to about 39. This is where things get interesting. So 27, I'm probably gonna, because I'm gonna know the stock market crash is coming, because the Americans will still be riding the post-war boom, and that is still gonna bust. So what I'm gonna look to do is I'm gonna look to go right. Let's lay down some significant assets we can probably get near to completion prior to the collapse of Washington, and therefore can view keeping them going as a job saving or job creation measure. So for that in mind, I'm going to probably lay down a pair or possibly a trio of 20 to 25,000 ton carriers. So not really pushing the boat out in terms of carrier size, given this is a non-treaty period. But what I want is, I want another trio of vessels to work with Hosho and her, to either work with or allowed to be sent into the reserve Hosho and her 2 half sisters. So they will come in. They'll either come in just before or be in fitting out stage when the cherry pops in 1929 and the stock market crumbles down around our heads. Once that has happened, we'll finish those as a job-saving measure, and we need to look towards what we're going to do in terms of keeping the fleet going. This is with tightened budgets, even in Imperial Japan. This is a time for rebuilding, reconstruction, and light forces procurement. So you'll probably see a focus on, if cruisers are built, there'll be the refined version of the 8-inch gun cruisers. Or what you might have instead is you might see that being replaced by the cheapest cruiser by the 9 6-inch gun, by a new 9 6-inch gun variant, something in equivalent in size to something like La Argentina. If anyone knows what that is.
You have another 20 seconds.
Oh, for the love of God, I've run out of steam.
You've gone into so much depth, you've managed to use up your time.
Sorry. I guess, hey, I've carved out the early bit in detail, so.
Yeah, and also, I would say, and I'm going to add this because the reason I'm not adding my weight is because once you have these fleets all changing and no treaties on them, it's going to change very quickly once you get beyond 1925, 1928, because they're going to be reacting to each other.
I will say that I will
so far ahead.
I will say that I have a very quick 10-second addendum that I can't believe I forgot. I'm going to do extensive multi-biome testing, i.e., all over the frigating globe, testing of the Mark 14 torpedo and the Mark 6 exploder.
All right. Well, okay. Now, Dragon, it's your turn.
So what's time limit again? Sorry.
Just in nicest way, the only one who's come any close to it has been Fleet. So nicest way, don't worry. It's basically once you're getting up to 5 minutes, then I'm going to start going.
Well, thankfully, I have a friend who provided some decent drawings for that. To quickly cover the US, I want to improve from Clemson Swarm. In particular, there is a 1,850-ton destroyer plan. With 5 single 5-inch guns and 3 triple torpedo tubes amidship, so they can fire either side. Basically, try and standardize on that. In similar regards with the Royal Navy, I want to get funding into the Abiskund and the A-class designs as quickly as possible. Try and get that 4 single guns with 2. Probably see if I can push them to quad torpedo tubes instead of them initially starting with the 2 triples, but. Cruisers for the US, can we adopt twin turrets, please, properly? Actually try, if we can get it through, get some actual, probably 6 to 8 armed cruisers in either 3 or 4 twins. If we can push it to triples, give it a go, but I don't want to risk that. Actually give them proper armor. look for the US battleships. I don't know enough, but I'll say try and look a bit more into getting a top speed of maybe 25, 26 knots. We can't afford to keep standard speeds, really. The world is changing. We can't keep sticking our heads in the sand and saying, yes, this will work. Royal Navy's a lot more interesting. Similar to Foxo, complete G3s, see about expanding what dockyards we can. I'm going to go a bit nuts and say if we can try and push it out, give me something like K3. I initially would have said J3, which is the triple 15-inch armed, basically, hood successor. That's often touted around, but J3 is the one with the 18-inch. Okay, so not J3. K3 is the one with the 18-inch, which could be a very good potential fast capital ship for the Royal Navy to serve into the war period. We definitely also want new battleships. Again, as much as I actually like the G3 and N3 designs, go back to 241 aft. Possibly look into getting 3 triples if we can, depending on what tech we have. Basically, in a nutshell. And try and push out better carriers. Well, not better carriers, but try and get more carrier hulls deployed.
All right. So that moves on to first Doc Dan and then Boom Boom Dan. So Doc Dan?
Would you prefer Royal Navy or US Navy?
You pick. Ask which one Boom Boom Dan would prefer. Maybe work it out between
Well,
two.
actually, if we're going to have a curveball, can I have Royal Swedish?
What do you say?
Swedish.
Yeah, you can have the Swedish Navy.
Okay. I will take the Royal Navy. Just to think about. So, I still think that the Royal Navy's big thing actually is. I want the G3s. So I'll go ahead and take them because they're building, or about to be, you know. We'll say it's easier. Beyond that, I want the counties. I want the counties we were promised. I want the counties in the numbers, and I want the counties in the quality. And if we don't have to worry about treaty limits, then we can go with decently armoring them as well, and they can actually be a balanced design. At that point, there are still armored cruisers around and things floating around, so I probably do want the 8-inch guns for overpowering them rather than going for the hail of 6-inch. But I want the numbers.
Can I just make a quick caveat?
Yes, sweet.
Hail of 6-inch doesn't really become a thing until you get the fire control that enables the 6-inch to reach out and touch, like the 8-inch can, and that doesn't come to the 30s.
You can still get a pretty good rate of fire, though.
It's not about rate of fire.
It's remember the 8-inch still has the similar trouble. Is that the 8-inch might have the range, but they until the fire control comes in, they don't have that accuracy either. So it's a balanced one. But Karen.
I guess with the range, you're looking at the kind of range finders and things being less. So you're looking at fall of shot. So actually, the slower rate of fire of the 8-inch, if you're doing long range shooting, is going to be less of an issue. It's also that, as I say, there may still be things floating around with kind of 9.2s or the equivalent.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to overmatch them. And this is for kind of the presence mission and maintaining global peace and global trade. I'm going to also be spamming out a follow-on to Hermes. I want little carriers for now, and I will come back to big carriers because at the moment I just need little carriers because they are carrying scouts for me and they are extending the trade mission. So they're basically aircraft cruisers rather than a battle asset, and they can join the screen. I like the ease, and I think I'm going to take them as the basis for the next generation of destroyers to go with the fleet, as opposed to the trade protection. B's and W's are pretty good. They don't need replacing at the moment. But when I do go to step up, I will probably go quite a lot bigger. So that's going to take me through most of the 20s. I've got the bucket load of 15-inch armed ships more than anyone else, or I can dance around the Americans, who are the only people who would put up any significant resistance. And I'm not unfriendly with them in the 20s. I'm not worried about the Americans, and I can deal with them if I needed to.
The
Everyone else-
Canadians are just keeping check of the Americans. They're the ones doing the tours of America to check their invasion routes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And check
And
the
then how is-
flammability of the current design of the White House.
Before anyone thinks we're lying or we're joking, no, literally you can find quite a case that a lot of Canadian officers did actually go for a wander in the 1920s. And the Canadians sent a couple of tours because they just, it's what they did habitually, check on because since the War of 1812, they had a habit of checking the invasion routes. And thank you, Paul, for stretching the drink.
Yeah, and I would be and in terms of other investments, it would be shipyards and kind of fleet supports globally. So it's remember, you're a global empire, and I would use the shipyards as a way to develop civil infrastructure in a lot of these places, and civil shipbuilding, but also ship maintenance.
Yeah.
And then I would also be looking to upskill and refresh the British merchant fleet. Like, that was a big error of the period, was there wasn't a push to modernize the merchant fleet, and so just everything stagnated a bit. And you could, if you pushed the more advanced boiler technologies and welding, riveting, things like that, and if you set up a support network via the naval side of it as well, globally, then you can get and maybe get the shipyards, get the shipping lines to do it through a little bit of sponsoring almost.
Shall we now go on to our Swedish apparently colleague of Boom Boom Dan, who it's quite disturbing he's picked Sweden because we know how he loves Sweden.
Well, if you look at Bofors, so basically Bofors started out in the 20s making a native copy of the 2-pounder anti-aircraft gun, which then basically was found to be complete rubbish. They then produced the 40mm, which is used by virtually everyone until relatively recently. So if you start that research during World War I instead, the income from that, basically you can start things like the aircraft cruisers. So basically Sweden obviously isn't interested in international trade to the same extent that the Royal Navy or the US is. They're more worried about the Germans across the Baltic Sea and possibly the Russians turning up and saying hello again. So aircraft cruisers, but actually going for decent float plane technology, because they were armed. Now let me just double check what the planes used were, because he was launched. So for example, if you've got the Gotland, who was launched in 1924, so basically during the 30s he had steam catapults fitted, and only problem there is she bought obsolete aircraft from the British. So basically you've got the Hawker Osprey float plane, which it's pretty much obsolete by 1931-32 when it's first designed, let alone by mid to late 30s. So if you actually start the steam turbine development earlier, that is going to encourage Supermarine to actually look more seriously at developing the Type 227, and you get the Spitfire 5 maybe 10 years earlier. And then you've then got the development of the Seafire simultaneously as the Spitfire is being produced. So from the outset, it is a naval aircraft as well as a land-based aircraft as well. And also you've got the Sea Hurricane. And that, I think, would be incredibly interesting, because the range of armament he's got, he has mines, he has torpedoes, he can do 27.5 knots. And if you think about it, if you've got Bofors 40mm cannons in the 1920s, the amount of income from that, you are going to basically have so much money to invest in infrastructure, shipyards, and then basically selling that all around the world. So that's my tuppence worth.
Why are you selling me Tupperware?
I think it's decided it
It likes us in soft focus, apparently.
it's the Blackburn. Blackburn's broken the camera.
Yeah.
I've got to bring Blackburn for you.
No, no.
So, Dr. Clark, I've heard that we're getting designs for a Blackburn plush here shortly.
Don't even bring that up as an option. The idea of a Blackburn plushie is frankly scary to many, many people. I have considered these things for the channel, though.
I mean,
plushies at certain points. Because
let's.
I know how much people like them, and I like plushies. They tend to be what I get when I'm supporting people because it's a nice thing to have, and it's a 3D tangible thing you can have.
Let's be real here. Chieftain has his anti-tank guided missile plushie, and I don't know if Drag has a plushie, but he probably should. So you need to have a Blackburn
His emotional
plushie.
support missile.
Yeah, it's an anti-tank guy. Isn't that an ATGM?
It's emotional support missile, and I have a World of Warships torpedo up there as well. So yeah, but I'm not sure a Blackburn really fits my channel.
No, I think it needs to be a destroyer. You cannot get a plushie warship.
I think it would have to be a plushie destroyer.
Plush tribal.
Drac doesn't have a plushie yet. Chieftain has one. Drac has been considering one. I do know that.
It would be a warspite.
You all know what mine's gonna be. The most cuddly warship ever in plush form.
You are not
Hosh.
allowed to make a Hosh plushie.
I just want to
No,
point
you
out
can't
Warships
stop
do
it.
really bad plushies though.
No,
Yeah.
no.
It has to be simple
We
in
wouldn't
design.
be making a Hosh plushie. He would be making a Hosh body pillow.
Again, can we please? No. Look at what you've just done to Dan. Both of them. The one behind me is looking like he's gonna puke. Okay, Mackie Blairens, do you think it's realistic to have a long war between nuclear powers? It's
Yes.
going to depend. If the war is over territory which borders between the two, no. If it's over something which is distantly related to both of them and doesn't involve their own territory, it could go on conceivably for quite a while because they don't want to blow up their own territory. So that's the thing.
How long has the Korean War lasted?
Oh, the Korean War's lasted a humongous time, but we'll leave that
Given
to one
it's
side.
basically had the US and China involved, and had the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but
I have a question.
China wasn't a nuclear power at the time.
No.
No, but the Soviet Union was.
Yeah, but so in nicest way,
Soviets
the
were
thing
directly
is,
involved.
that was
Soviets were
proxy
sat on
war
the
time.
sidelines. Yeah, the
No,
Soviets were sat on the
Soviets weren't
sidelines
officially.
cheering. But
Yeah,
yes, but that's the whole thing.
And a lot of intel ships were doing a lot of interesting things. We'll leave that to one side. Yeah. Okay. Friday night, night 681. If the British Empire somehow, despite how ridiculous it is, actually managed to conquer France, Germany, Italy, Russia, Japan, America, then the rest of the world in the 20th century, who from the Empire members would get whose ships from each of the conquered? Why would they be giving out their ships? You've just managed to take over the world. Why give anyone a fleet? At that point, you want no one else to have a fleet other than Britain. Because that allows you to control the world.
No, I think what he means is which. So, like, what would Australia get? What would Canada get?
Again, why would you be wanting to give any of your subordinate powers a navy?
Well,
You've conquered the world.
well, Quebec would get Hoche.
Again, and I know the Quebecois are an interesting people, but even I'm not that cruel.
I am.
That's a level of cruelty beyond me. And besides, it's in the rest of the world in the 20th century.
Hoche survived to the 20th century.
Oh, good lord, she did, didn't she? Yeah, and in a nice way.
And
If you
Satya
run the- if
quietly
you- if-
plotting your demise.
My
If
money
you
is
run
still
the
on Dr.
world,
Dan.
If you run the world and you've got control of the world, you don't want anyone else to have navies or air forces. You allow them to maybe have armies for their own local control, and maybe they get helicopters as well. But no one's getting an air force and no one's getting a navy. So you have complete control of the global trade and of air power, so you can dominate everyone. That is the first rule of controlling the world. Always want to have the high ground and always want to have the control of the sea lanes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the. Because also what? So Britain wouldn't conquer them in the sense of overrunning them and picking a flag up and running them. with Imperial control. Britain is just going to control a few key coastal ports for trading purposes because it's uneconomical otherwise. Germans are better at running Germany and looking after Germans. What we just need to do is make sure they trade nicely.
And
Same with
don't
the French.
invade anyone else. And don't cause us any troubles. And
No.
don't disagree with any of our rules. Yeah, it's fine.
Which are along those lines. And no, not even Belgium or Poland. I know they're cute. I know they look very invadable. But no, you're not allowed to.
No, they are not. They are not your emotional support countries. You do not get to take out your stress by invading them. Paul,
Dan, Dan, did you just say that Belgium was submissive and invadable?
No, I'm saying that the Germans think it is.
Yes.
There's a world of difference. The Poles aren't either. It's just the Germans seem to think they are. My parents have an Audi. They have a slightly older sat-nav version on it. Built in. They don't use it because it's not up to date. And every so often it says things like, "Would you like to take this detour through Belgium?"
Wait. Is this one of the ones that can go from Berlin to Moscow in one tank?
No, it was Berlin to Warsaw on one tank.
No, for fuck's sake, flee!
Fox out
Sorry,
language.
screw it.
Linguist.
Sorry.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
I was referencing an ad that was famous through Top Gear.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, they can, provided they don't encounter any T-34s.
Okay, Castanet, at what point is it better to build a new hull than to replace the engine in a ship?
Politics.
The moment that the hull has reached the point at which you cannot use full power, then you need to replace the hull. And the thing is, if you're going to replace it, if the hull is going to reach that in the next 5 to 10 years, there is no point in putting new engines in it, unless you think you're going to be fighting a war in the next 5 to 10 years, and that ship's going to be useful for it. So usually, ships get their last refit about the last engine overhaul, especially in naval terms, about 11 years before they leave service. And then they'll get parts after that, and parts replacement, rather than a whole new engine unit and power unit.
But I would say this has often been hit with politics. So, for instance, you look at the total re-engineering, and honestly, it's not it's the same shit rebuilds you get in the Royal Navy.
Yes.
All the way up to World War II and things, and even
the HMS Warspite's refit is extremely interesting once you look at the full details of it.
Oh god, and so are all, and Renown and
Queen Elizabeth and Valiance are even quite intriguing.
Well, even more intriguing. They rip out everything then, because Warspite kept the lower pressure because they kept some of the secondaries and kept some 6-inch and 4-inch, as opposed to doing the 4.5 and 4.5s and all higher pressure secondaries. But the thing that led to that was politics. But actually, the bigger politics issue is that the rare thing is that's politics on an international scale. What you're normally getting is low domestic politics that the Royal Navy, and this is why they tended to do these grand, big rebuilds, were able to have repair money, but not new shipbuilding money, because building a new ship is a capital expense that the government has to approve. Maintenance is a running cost that falls within a different bit of the budget
and a different part of the vote.
So you can control and you can bury it more easily.
Yes.
So that's what in noise and things, because frankly the MPs, even the interested MPs, have no idea how much these things cost.
And that's one of the problems with the Ministry of Defence today is they don't have that running anymore. I almost think the Ministry of Defence spends too much time explaining what it's actually spending its money on.
Yeah.
So there is a good argument.
Spend it on something.
I realize there are people who are going to argue, but no, we should always know what the governments are spending money on. And I go, yes, that is a good argument, but at a certain point, having that knowledge means that people who don't understand, who willfully don't understand that topic, will use that information against that part of the government.
And this is where you get the $50,000 spanner.
Yeah.
And there may be a spanner I want to spend $50,000 on if it has to be absolutely precisely perfect and also go into space and so be incredibly lightweight and not interact with lots of materials.
Well,
and...
usually anything which involves mucking around nuclear reactors tends to add a zero on because of the tolerances.
Yeah.
And also,
it's
I do want to point out that the people who often complain about the $50,000 spanners and the $50,000 toilet seats are also often the ones that say that these assets need to be made in the country of origin, whether that's the UK or the US or wherever, because of national security or whatever.
They tend to forget how much the people's make wages, because it's. I once had this conversation with an MP who was basically going, "Oh, it's stupid it costs here. Our people earn," and they quoted minimum wage, and I went, "Do you really think people who work in shipyards and doing all the stuff for these equipments will earn minimum wage?" Well, no, they don't. They get very good wages, and it's very good jobs, which is often why I find some of the unions' disputes over not wanting to spend money on defence quite strange, because they're good jobs for people and good employment, and there's a good career if you've got a standard throughput.
And there's also, for the vast majority of it, excellent crossover to the civilian stuff. And that's the thing. It's not one of the niche things. It's the whole thing about the main problem with military spending, about the only personnel who are, I don't want to say useless in other realms, but you try finding the crossover skills for infantry, riflemen, into the rest of things, versus almost anything else in the military. In terms of the how easily you can transition to.
Basically, it's their soft skills, it's their leadership ability, their ability to problem solve, and ability to organize, and all these things, which are really advantageous when they go into the job market. But they don't actually pick up skills which are transferable to anything in the employment market.
Actually, the other thing which they're very good at, they actually make fantastic nurses.
Yeah.
Because they are not surprised by things. They don't mind working hard, which nursing is hard manual labour. And it involves a degree of intuition to it that doesn't need academic excellence at sort of the age of around 18 that you tend to demand for people going to medical school.
Yeah, that's the interesting.
So one of the best nursing students I ever met had been a colour sergeant in an infantry battalion.
It's the thing is, it's what I often find is most of the people who are really good infantrymen are the people who sort of actually would start getting to what we'd call the academic excellence point for these entry points later on, and they're often make great students when you get to university. But the amount, it's always the case of the amount of the students I've had who have been former infantrymen who've basically come in and gone, there were no skills which were transferable unless I wanted to go work as a labourer on a building site. And then you go, okay, they come to university, they're great students, they're always great and very committed and hardworking, but oh good lord, that is really the one which doesn't have things. Matthew Blairens, why do a lot of the debates about a war with Russia or a US-China war seem to ignore nuclear weapons? Because they're messy, nasty, and they tend to take the entire game out, game out and game over scenario.
Yeah, it's the
and
equivalent.
Also because
there's also, yeah.
Okay, Fleet.
Sorry, Dr. Clark first, then we can go. Dr. Clark first, then we can go.
And also you have the problem that the moment nuclear weapons become involved, it's going to end all those lovely theories of conflict people have about how to manage conflict and how to involve conflict. Because they kind of just go, oh great, sledgehammer to crack eggshells time.
And
that's the problem.
This is very true.
I would say that nuclear weapons are the equivalent of flipping the board in Monopoly.
No, I would say it would be like using orbital bombardment in a game of Warhammer 40k.
I've
There's
done
also
that.
the whole
It doesn't
thing
work
that-
when
No, no.
you're facing an army the size of my mother's. It
I-
doesn't work.
Exterminatus.
Well,
I
this is what I
remember orbital bombardment in Ninth Ed. It wasn't that good.
Yeah, I know. I used to use it. Basically roll a dice for every squad on the enemy board. If it's a 6, score 1 wound. That was it.
There's also the fact that a lot of people don't like to mention, which is that when it comes to these two conflicts in particular, a NATO-Russian conflict and a US plus alliance structure conflict against the Chinese, these are conflicts that, given the nature of them and the war goals both prospective sides would have, and the fact that the leaders of both sides have proven throughout the various escalation situations that have occurred over the years that both sides know how to escalation manage, there's very little reason to expect that nuclear arms will be used as anything other than a tool rattled to try to resolve the conflict one way or the other. For example, when it comes to a war with Russia, when it comes to can I finish? Can I finish? Then you can
finish, but can I make one little point? The problem with that assumption is
very quickly.
if they've got to the point where they're actually involved in a war, they've managed to muck up all those de-escalation strategies along the way. That's the one problem. You are absolutely right, but in a scenario they're actually in a war, they've managed to absolutely Foxtrot Oscar those de-escalation strategies the whole way to get to that scenario.
While I understand what you're saying, that's kind of not what I meant. What I meant was, when it comes, can I explain what I mean before you assume what I mean?
Yeah.
In a conflict between Russia and Europe, Russia will be trying to move its borders westwards. Europe will be trying to maintain the status quo. Aiming for regime change ends in disaster in Russia, and everyone knows it because that's one of their nuclear red lines. So a way to avoid that is, in the event of a conflict with Russia, you don't provide an existential threat. You drive them back to the borders. You basically drive them back to the start lines, and then say, right, we can sit here all day, and wait for them to come to the table. Because at that point, there's not an existential threat. You're not pushing them to use nuclear arms. Because the Russian leadership will not want to commit suicide by launching first in that environment, because they know full well that if they launch first, nobody wins. At that point, Russia's not really expanded; it's just died, and they've died with it. When it comes to China versus the US, the situation is fairly similar, because again, the conflict will likely be over Taiwan, and
you're assuming a lot of logic on people who've done a fundamentally illogical act of starting a massive war.
And also,
I love that you are so positive and have so much faith in humanity. But my theory is, if they've started such a war, they've ended such a war, and they think they're going to win, and now they're losing, and they've lost all those troops back to their own border, they're going to presume you're not going to stop. So now you might well launch nuclear weapons to destroy your forces before you invade. And in the nicest way, that can lead to, because no one can necessarily tell if they're launching that sufficient a bombardment, whether they're launching a strategic bombardment or a tactical bombardment, that can lead to a strategic exchange. And this is the scenario you're dealing with. You are always such a nice person, and I love this about you. But yeah.
Niceties have nothing to do with it. I mean, the proof of the pudding in terms of the Russians is in the eating. The Chinese I can't really speak for. We don't know what they're like. But with the Russians, they have passed numerous points where they could, for example, the counterattack in Kharkiv. That should have been, according to Russian doctrine, cause for tactical nuclear weapons usage, because that was a massive swath of territory lost. The invasion into Kursk.
You are talking about Ukraine. We're talking about a general war against America and NATO. That's a very different scenario. It's a very different scenario. Fundamentally, Russia does not perceive the war against Ukraine as one they will lose.
It's not one where they've unlocked tactical nukes.
No.
So yes, it is scary that the Russians have tactical nukes in their doctrine at all. The issue is that something like Ukraine is not going to have that option unlocked for the generals. In a general war, if it is starting to go wrong and you have generals and you have military leaders of the questionable competence as the ones who are left, because all the good ones have been killed.
Because, yeah, probably we're
You
going to be decapitating them as quick as we could.
Yes.
That scenario.
So you end up with a not very good leader who is cut off from the political side, and the people who would be doing any de-escalation, who are probably also dead as collateral, because we wanted them to talk to. They were collateral damage. In the exchanges, those are the ones who are potentially going to go, well, my doctrine says at this point I use a TAC nuke. And the problem they have is we don't have TAC nukes, we only have strategic nuclear weapons. We recognise that
B65 and the airdropped derivatives can be used technically.
No, Fleek, sorry, no. 100% no. They are a strategic decision to use. They are a strategic asset and weapon.
At no point is controlled them given to a general to go make a decision when you want to. It's always up to the high chain of leadership. Council, NATO Council, leadership. It's always a strategic.
Yeah,
choice.
a president or a PM is going to sign off on the implementation of those weapons. They're going to sign off on the mere deployment and activation of those weapons, let alone the use of those weapons.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But once they have been released to Sakya,
no,
which is what will happen. That's the whole doctrine for use with the B65s. Is that yes, they are grouped strategically, but they are released to Sakya. Targeting is not.
No.
Yes,
you're right. But first, you have to have them released Sakya, and that's not going to happen because you have to get all of the NATO allies and NATO members to agree.
Remember, they are kept in Germany under US guard.
So that means the Americans definitely need to agree, but it also means we need to get Belgium, Netherlands, people who might be having the nukes go off on their territory to agree.
No, so what will happen is the night that one of those nice, very, very quiet holes in the ocean will get very noisy, and quite large swathes of Russia will become very, 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 very hot for a very, 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 very short amount of time. That is what would happen.
Yes.
That is what the response would be, because what we need to do is dislocate their forces instantly to minimise the blowback. And I'd still rather just be in New Zealand at that stage, or somewhere equally as in the absolute middle of nowhere.
You are all
Point Nemo.
I understand the points you've made, but
there is no such thing as a tactical nuclear weapon. There just is not.
No.
I feel like
there are
I
small
fundamentally.
Yield ones.
If
there are small yield ones.
No. Flip, you are talking about an ideal world, ideal scenario where people are acting logically and things, and the trouble is, it's politics at this point, and it doesn't matter what the doctrine says. It's a political decision. It doesn't matter. Doctrine doesn't matter. It becomes a political decision, a political debate within NATO. And the more, in the nicest way, again, if you think about it, let's say we're talking about they'd be used on the border of Poland. Would Poland want you to use nukes, or would they veto that?
If it's to stop the Russians rampaging westwards, given the polls, I can't say yes or no on that. But if it's any other country, I would say a definite
Poland's yes, they are defensive of their territory.
But they're also defensive of their territory. And also too, I would point out that in any universe which is not either one where there is either A, large scale space warfare, i.e. Glenn Stewart style, or B, the Fallout universe, there realistically is no such thing as a tactical nuclear weapon, because at least one other nuclear power is always going to have these are strategic, world-ending weapons only. And as long as you have one, you have the risk of a widespread strategic use.
At that point, you've got the risk, yes. But you've also got the self-preservation aspects of
No,
Yeah.
you
but
don't,
they will
because-
fire those
This is-
weapons
this is-
out of
this is-
fear.
No, but
is-
it's
is
a
the
case
point.
of it's you're going into this assuming that even in wartime there's not a level of, I don't want to say civility, but
No,
not
the
mad
point
either.
is, no. So the scenario for use is going to be that those sorts of things have gone out the
Fail.
window, and you are talking.
No.
So just carrying on with that, the scenario I kind of started. So you're about, let's say you're a week into the war, and it's got really, really nasty. So the decent leadership on all sides and a lot of the decent diplomats are dead. So you've got the C team, you know, the equivalents of the British in Malaya, and things, in command. They are massively sleep deprived. They are not really realistically capable of choosing what they're going to have for breakfast. Yet somehow some of them have got access to the nukes, and they don't have. And their attempts to, and the way that the protocols will work, they will try and bounce it to high command, and when they get no answer, none, some of them will have will have inherited an authorization they weren't actually supposed to ever get, because these people did not have the competence, they did not have the training and the preparation to have it, and they will be the ones who go, well, no one can say no, and so it's in my doctrine, and I will go. And that's what will happen, and it will happen. In this scenario, it would happen on the Russian side, and that's because they're the ones who have them deployed in that way, and there are safeguards built into the NATO system to avoid that through the kind of the different groups holding them, and that's why. Even in Russia, you had internal security troops under the Interior Ministry rather than the army, and you had the rocket troops and things because you've got all of those. And that's where it's all going to be going wrong, because the Russians are more likely to have moved them slightly further forward.
It's
Yeah.
all.
The problem
enough.
you-
Let's move on to the next topic.
It's
next question.
Let's
yeah.
move on to the next
Yeah.
topic, next question. Because we can have a debate about this, and the trouble is, it's going to turn into everyone versus Fleet. It just feels like we're picking on them.
It's
And
No,
I
no,
know where
I
Fleet's
just
don't- I just
coming
don't
from,
agree
and
with
I
all
also know
of
where-
I just don't
No,
agree
no,
with
no.
all of you.
no. This is
We
this
noticed.
is something terrible. Fleet. This is about, honestly. I have literally spent decades making life and death decisions whilst massively sleep deprived. And working with other people who do that, and trying to think of systems to try and save people from doing that. That is where I'm basing that sort of information from. And from having postgraduate training in leadership and understanding how these things work.
Yeah.
Or don't work, and how they can go, systems go wrong. That's where
Oh
I'm
yeah,
coming
I
from with it.
understand.
Yeah.
I understand that bit, but it's like we should probably move on. We're going in
Yes,
circles.
We will move on.
That's
Yes.
what was requested.
Yes. And yes,
Yeah.
I did. And I was just about getting ready to step my foot down and go, end. Right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. January 1942, and suddenly the Axis powers find all of their torpedoes have turned into Mark 14s. Their equipment now only can use and produce them. How much does it shift the war?
Britain's happy.
well, the Royal Navy's suddenly ecstatic. The Battle Atlantic's just become very interesting. The Japanese are suddenly crying all their victories.
The Japanese Ordnance Department suddenly all commit suicide to atone for their failure, which takes a terrible toll on their production, which ironically improves the lethality of their ships as soon as they run out of Mark 14 torpedoes with Mark 6 explosives, which I assume is the part that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, there was also
No.
significant issues in the torpedo itself. So
There are just enough issues with that torpedo that, frankly, no.
I'm just piling all in on it because I know that they eventually got the Mark 14 into a model that worked. Because
There is a question up here which we missed, which was about cryptids around that you wish you could
Yes, I
see
saw
in
that.
person and why. And honestly, I had to look up what a cryptid was, and apparently it's an animal or thing which is mythical or
Stuff like Bigfoot
unthought of.
and such.
Bigfoot,
Mothman.
Things like Bigfoot.
So I'm going to say Finnish people because I firmly believe that Finland is actually a fictional entity.
You didn't actually come with us there, did you?
No, I
We've
don't believe
been
it
there.
exists.
It's real. I promise you,
It's not.
There's
And
Timu in the
It
chat.
exists.
Timu doesn't exist.
Hello,
either.
I have Finnish family. Does my
You know,
uncle's wife not exist?
So do I have to get up the copy of pasta about how Finland doesn't technically exist by statistics?
Exactly.
And that the population of Finland is low enough that it's smaller than a rounding error on the world's population.
No.
By that
I would
logic,
also say there
Vatican
is
City doesn't exist.
Also,
doesn't.
isn't I also I have met a number of people who are very certain and told me that Wyoming is a government conspiracy and isn't actually real.
I mean, I've
Trust
driven
me,
through Wyoming, and I wish that was true.
Given that
I'm sorry,
Wyoming
those people are
votes,
stupid. It's Ohio. That's not me.
yeah, I could do without Ohio
It's
too.
It's like, tell me you've fallen for the government psyop without telling me you've fallen for the government psyop. You believe in Ohio. That's the point.
I mean, there's 26 states that I think don't exist, but you know, here we are.
Now, let's in 2020, did anyone try to create a multiple cluster torpedo system? And there are some interesting systems which are basically mine systems based on the Mark 48 and various other American torpedoes.
Oh,
Captor, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't think anyone's done it where a torpedo produces multiple little torpedoes, mainly because honestly, that hasn't been considered, and because of the things of making that work underwater.
The issue with that would be that it's not going to get you. So the benefit of doing that isn't going to be there, because by the time you've got close enough with the torpedo, your speeds are such that you're not worried about that kind of interception thing where you want to have a bigger warhead explosion. You're not, and you want to actually have a decent ding, because a pressure hull, for some reason, a pressure hull that can go down to like 300 meters and what have you, it actually takes a bit to knock a hole in it.
Yeah,
I can't think why.
10-2-82. So, when does Dr. Dan visit Finland and Estonia, since he missed those in the Scandi trip? Honestly, I would say it's probably going to be the Baltic trip, when we do the Baltic trip.
Technically, it sounds like we may well be going to.
Although we are,
we're doing
the
our
Japan flight we're probably going to be doing is the changeover in Helsinki. So we do the polar shot, so that we can pick up our Santa Claus certificate, isn't it?
Well, it's our tour of people who lost to the Soviet Union in 1939.
That could get you killed in Helsinki.
Yeah, I was about to say, Dan, are you sure that's the story you want to go with when you talk to that nice customs officer?
Yeah.
Unless
a country which produced the White Death, I would not be saying that.
Okay, I say this. My family left Russia before the Finns did. My family saw what it was like. They got out in 1914.
Okay, Lions. Is there a reason why you don't see long-range anti-ship missiles that end in a torpedo-style approach underwater? Honestly, it's a weight thing, because a torpedo itself is quite such a heavy object. To make a missile, you are talking a multi-ton. As we said, a heavyweight torpedo is roughly 2 tons. So for a spearfish. So if you want to have a spearfish torpedo, you're hefting a 2-ton warhead basically on a missile. Imagine how big that missile's going to be to get a significant enough range. And yeah.
Also, if you look at the amount of drag underwater compared to the amount of air resistance, it is just incomparable.
are you telling me that we need to pay attention to physics and abide by physics requests?
Well, unfortunately, with weapon systems, yes.
Wait. But according to my high school physics teacher, water and air resistance don't exist.
I beg to differ.
You're a chemist. It doesn't count.
I beg to differ. So if thing is, if water resistance doesn't exist, why is it easier to walk through air than it is to walk through water? What is impeding your motion?
Psychological.
But is it
Nothing.
psychological?
It's all in one.
because if you think, can you run 100 meters through water in 10 seconds, which quite a lot of elite athletes can. No.
Gentlemen and Foxo, I'm sorry to interrupt our regularly scheduled BRUSHIPS, but I have just been forcibly shown a comment which says Lee was in tons of battles and wars before then, presumably the Civil War. In fact, he was the best general of his time, perhaps ever.
Lee was an idiot. He threw men at fortified positions for basically no gain. The man was an incompetent idiot who only got his position because he was a Southern aristocrat. His military achievements prior to the Civil War are basically nothing apart from killing the brave John Brown and his boys. The
Aggressive,
man was
but I'll
incompetent,
allow
got tons of his men killed. The man was incompetent, got tons of his men killed, and quite frankly, we should have been glad he was in charge of the Confederacy. If someone competent had been in charge, who knows how long the war might have lasted.
He wasn't in charge of the Confederacy. He was just in charge of the Army of Virginia. But leaving that to
You
one
know what-
side, I know. I would say Lee was was the absolute model of the general the U.S. Armed Forces were trying to produce prior to the Civil War, and he looked like a perfect fit for what they wanted, and that's why he's offered all sorts of commands by everyone. Unfortunately, as was shown throughout the war, who they thought would be a good officer and who actually turned out to be a good officer were often two vastly different things, and I would say General Thomas is the greatest example of this. Anyway, leaving that to one side and moving on to the next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. It's 1939 and all British battleships suddenly turn into Vanguard-class battleships except the battlecruisers. How quickly does Britain overwhelm the Axis forces? If they turn into Vanguard ships as produced, pretty much at the end of World War II, they suddenly have all Mark 37 fire controls for air defense. They have 5.25s. They have their own excellent fire control for their 15-inch guns.
They've got some very good radar.
And they are, yes, they are fully armored battle cruisers, not battleships. But let's be honest, the difference between that is, considering their targeting capabilities and their radar systems, goodbye everything which finds out contact with them. Because if now, that means it's probably going to be one of those ships that are going to be able to race up to from their position at speed that Vanguard can go to catch up with that battle, which is going to probably mean Scharnhorst and Gneisenau get sunk in the Norway campaign. The Littorios, well, there's no running away from the Royal Navy at that point. The Italians are never getting away from the Royal Navy. It's not going to be Warspite racing out alone with the others following up slowly behind. It's going to be 3 Vanguards hunting them down like vicious, well, killer whales, orcas. And, yeah, the only problem that's probably going to come in that scenario is that if you annihilate Scharnhorst and Gneisenau at sea that early on in the war, do Bismarck and Tirpitz ever come out? And next after that, if you take out the Littorios and you basically knock out the Italian fleet as early as you probably could do, especially if it's all 1939, they're changed over, then the odds are World War II goes very, very differently, because the North Africa campaign, if the Italians have got battleships and heavy cruisers left, then the North Africa campaign is not going well for them. They're not managing to threaten to invade Crete, so that's going to mean that it's just going to be the airborne troops alone fighting in Crete, and that means they well lose that.
But you've also just got better air defense around Crete.
Yeah,
because one of the
a Vanguard with its radars working is just going to be enough.
And full ammo load.
Yeah, Mark 37 part of the control.
From the airfield.
Yeah.
It's just going to be there going, ooh, target practice, Ju-52s and gliders.
Yeah, it's.
I have a comment and a question. My comment is
yes.
My comment is to Steve Clark's point. It is a ship which can legitimately do 30 knots in all conditions.
Yes.
And my question is, does the Vanguard, Royal Oak but Vanguard, survives the U-boat attack in the Scapa Flow?
in the nicest way, if they've all been changed in 1939, she may survive, she may not. She's going to have a lot better defenses at dealing with torpedo attack, and she's going to be a lot more prepared for it. But the honest answer is, she gets hit. He was probably stay afloat longer, actually, considering their systems, which might mean she can get pulled somewhere where she can get fixed up.
So the only other thing is that the way, and this is going to be, this is the kind of meta thing, almost, that your deployment of the ships is going to be different, because she was kept behind, I think, in no small part. It was because it was things like her and Belfast and a few of the destroyers for their air defense capabilities, because they were realizing that I think the Germans could just about get to Scarpa Flow with some of their bombers from Germany. So that's why she was there, whilst everyone else had skedaddled over to Scotland, Scottish mainland, whilst the defences were improved. But if you've all got all vanguards,
let's be honest, you're not going to leave a vanguard sitting up there where Royal Oak was sitting. She's going to be being used usefully. This is the thing. If she's changed all the R's as well,
because the point about Royal Oak is she got a partial modernisation, so she had the more modern anti-air systems. So she would have been perfect in someone like the Med. Or something like that.
Mark Hartness has just pointed out all would also include, of course, Iron Duke.
And Centurion.
Which means and potentially Centurion. I'm not sure if she's still around 1939.
Now,
she sunk off on D-Day.
Yeah.
While this is definitely
basically it changes World War II dramatically.
I think the one thing that we have overlooked in this whole discussion is we're now giving Warspite's machine spirit Vanguard capabilities.
Fresh avatar.
Well, that means we probably now know the name of the vessel, which ends up either ramming or successfully sinking with gunfire the Yamato class.
Also, we now know where the surrender of Japan is signed.
On the deck of Queen Elizabeth, because Warspite went down after ramming Yamato.
No, Queen Elizabeth. No, because Warspite will have sailed into Tokyo Harbor to demand it sometime in around January 42.
No. Let's see. It changes things so dramatically that honestly, I'm not sure what the Japanese do. If the Japanese do World War II like they did, I know they have their plans, but if the Italians are knocked out of the war early enough, and North Africa's not a thing, and so the Mediterranean's not a campaign, isn't a thing, and the Russians are able to have so much forces sitting in the ocean, it just changes the whole calculus for the Japanese.
I think the term to describe Japanese war planners is they would not know whether to sloop or go blind.
Yeah. Matthew Blarens, how do cruise missiles change the employment of aircraft carriers, given a flotilla of warships could conduct the same strike mission as a carrier without risking pilots or planes? Well, the thing is, what you tend to talk about with aircraft carriers is that we talk about them more and more in the phraseology we use as arsenal ships, but not in the arsenal ship of the overwhelming bombardment. You can use those cruise missiles, great from a ship, but then once they're used, you have to send the ships back home to rearm, pretty much. I know we keep talking about underway replenishment of VLSLs, and we're working on it, but it's nowhere near a viable capability at the moment. And you just have to look at that by looking at the fact that Red Sea operations, all these things, we are still going to a port to restock with missiles. We are still going to land facilities to restock with missiles. So the thing is, lovely systems, we'd like to develop them. We keep talking about it, but it hasn't actually occurred. So the thing is, the missiles tend to be used on the strict targets again at the beginning of the conflict, and then the aircraft carrier provides the ongoing strike capability, because you can resupply an aircraft carrier with munitions at sea. You can resupply an aircraft carrier with munitions at sea, which is an advantage you can do, and something you can keep going and you can keep up the supply of. So that's the differing role. That's the difference between an aircraft carrier and a task force or flotilla owned with missiles. They are capable, they can hit targets, but the thing is you then need to go and reload them. And there's a lot of discussions going on various things. And I'm not sure why Walter Brodus is talking about bias there, but if we're talking about the sheer, if you've changed all of the Royal Navy, I think that's to do with all the Royal Navy ships being turned into Vanguard. You know, in the nicest way, you're turning all the ships the Royal Navy's had from World War One, which we modernized, into a post World War II battleship. That's a very different battleship, and setting that back in 1939, when all the tech is still at the 1939 level, no one else's tech has improved. They've magically turned into Vanguard overnight.
This is you're taking F-22s.
It's an out of context problem.
You're taking F-22s to the Vietnam War for those air-to-air fights.
Not really, but it's more a case of like you're turning up with.
Or a modern F-15.
Yeah, it's more like you're taking an F-15 back to the Korean War. That sort of scenario.
Yeah,
and that's just not good.
Just the difference in capability with what you've got. Warspite's luck is entirely to do with the Marine Spirit and has nothing to do with the type of ship.
Yeah. Minecraft Watcher then. What if HMS Hood was armed with 16.5-inch 50 cal guns instead of the 50-inch 42s? Then the naval treaties have a problem, and 16.5-inch might well be the limit on naval treaties, and that's going to cause issues. It's also
let the Americans have 17s.
The Americans might well insist on rounding up to 17s, but then the Americans would want to rearm their own ships, and they have 16s. So taking it 16.5 makes it viable for them.
The British will say you can have up to 17.
Yeah.
And then Congress will get their knickers in a twist, and the Americans will end up with a very complicated logistic situation because they'll have some 16s and some 17s, and the Royal Navy will sit there and giggle.
Possibly.
Because they are not nice people.
Possibly, but in a nice way, that's presuming the diplomats and the politicians actually think and execute.
No, this is Washington, so
yeah,
they would.
They might do. The Washington Treaty was a bit weird on that one.
Yeah, Washington, they could get away with it.
But they might well do it. It could well end up being a six. It could be again be a 16.5-inch becomes the limitation. It could be it comes about 420mm or something like that, and then yeah.
I mean, so the other thing I'd say about it is that Hood, with that big a discrepancy between her armor and her guns, is going to be viewed much more by everyone as more of a battle cruiser like Renown and Repulse.
Yeah.
Than than a fast battleship.
And it was a battle cruiser.
She always was, but she appeared to be, because if you look at the maximum number on her belt armor, no matter that, yes, it was only 6 square inches, but there was 6 square inches somewhere buried deep inside that belt that was X number of inches thick, and so that's what gets put down on the piece of paper, and when people are looking at the stats, that's what they see.
I know.
Rather than the size, and they forget that she had all the flaws.
Right, we've got a question come in, and it's an important one for you guys to think about, because it's a case of, do we open up questions now? Do we finish off these questions, and then if you guys want to go, I then open up questions and finish off anyone has, because I'm usually happy to go to about midnight, but are you guys happy to go to midnight?
We're at, you guys are at the 3-hour mark right now.
I'm talking to the 2 Dans.
Oh. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the 2 Dans are happy to do midnight, so what I'll say is when we're down to about 10 questions, can you open up and add in another 10, and that should take us through to roughly midnight. Should take us through to roughly midnight, because we've got about an hour or so to go.
It's that I normally have a 6 o'clock alarm for work on the Monday.
But you don't have an alarm today, and you're just driving sedately to Dorchester, aren't you?
Stafford, what thoughts am I supposed to have? I have many thoughts. Some of them are even relevant, and even fewer are intelligent.
What do you think the US response would be to the Royal Navy having a 16.5-inch armed ship?
I think they demand for a higher tonnage limit, and I think the building holiday gets scrapped. The U.S. Navy is too twin heavy for me to see them doing a successful 14 or 15-inch to 16-inch program.
Yeah.
So I think they're either going to demand Hood be scrapped, in which case the treaties don't happen, or they're going to not insist on the building holiday.
they're going to probably say it's probably going to be a gratiated build where everyone's allowed to build a certain number of ships in a certain period of time, and replace ships at a certain age once they reach a certain age. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what historical ship would you own if you could, even if it historically sank or was scrapped? Personally, I would pick HMS Renown. I'm going to start off with Boom Boom Dan and work down the list. So I'm going to turn my mic off and let Boom Boom Dan say, which historical ship would you like to own?
I think the Smarland. Because basically, it's a case of they went to both of us and both have said, would you like some weapons? And he said, yes. What would you like? We'll have everything. I would like to own Smarland.
Ireland is a very, very good choice. I think Renown or Warspite, if it's a kind of, as long as I'm not having to pay the fuel bill or the crewing costs. Yeah, Renown, Warspite, CB6 Enterprise is gorgeous. Ark Royal. There's a lot of really pretty ships that, or maybe an Iowa. An Iowa would be good. Then I could.
Yeah, but they were all preserved.
No, they weren't. There were two which were scrapped. They just weren't finished.
Technically, they weren't finished and weren't commissioned. So I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna say I said what I said.
They were ordered. They were assigned numbers.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
appropriately, Dragon speaking, because Dragon, your turn.
I'll say in particular sank because scrapped cheating too easily. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing something like Glorious. Like, I actually quite like Glorious Courageous and Furious, so having one of those would be nice to see. Or I guess one scrapped of Tiger. There was a Repulse.
All right, Fleet.
Ships I'd like to own. Let me think. Yes, Potion.
You're not allowed to say an H name.
Too late.
cannot
You
say
already
anything
did.
that begins with H. Not allowed. No H is allowed.
All right.
Oh, just
Hot
let
Nation
him
stuff.
have his delusion.
No, it's fine. I can. No,
Really
it's fine.
pretty destroyers.
No,
He's not allowed to name a
it's
ship
fine,
beginning with
it's
H.
fine.
The H-class destroyers
no,
were really
no, that's-
pretty.
I
No.
know.
No, it's it's
Intro and
fine.
Harvey.
It's absolutely
Good.
it's.
I could just,
only
I can
right
just
because
hear,
I don't-
I can hear the
because
life
I-
seeping out of his voice.
I don't want everyone being able to predict what he's going to say. That's the trouble.
All right, that's fine. I can work around it.
I want to hear
Believe
what
me,
basically I want to hear what his second favorite ship is. Basically,
Oh, if I can't have anything beginning with H, Rurik,
okay.
the second
Nice
one.
choice. All right, Boxo.
Technically, she wasn't stung, but she's another left field. I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
She's just a Blueback.
Interesting choice. The first sailing ship amongst the group, and a very
Yes.
very interesting ship.
Very interesting ship, and I'm sorry, I want a ship that nobody else has.
Reasonable.
You just don't want to have to worry about rewiring it, don't you?
It's not that, it's a case of you can go see a steel hulled ship quite easily, but when was the last time you were able to see a medieval carrack?
They're building one in Sandwich. I need to go and visit it.
Ooh.
Soon.
Yeah.
And I was going to try and take Grak as well. They're hosting a mead making on the 22nd.
Seriously, you lot, in nicest way, I should change it from the ship shape group to the mead tours.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Have they picked out mead
Bruno.
halls in Japan?
I have literally got a list of all the naval breweries and distilleries in Japan for sake, whiskey, and beer. And I'm in various chats with all of them in that some have received my emails and are going, yay. And some have received my emails and gone, acknowledged. And some have received my emails and gone, we thought you were coming already. And some haven't acknowledged the emails.
I know.
They almost presume
I know.
that wherever we're going, that we will be going to visit them. They know my group.
I know technically that Dan did say this earlier, but because I believe it is such a crime against humanity that this ship was scrapped, I'm going to say it anyway. Enterprise CV6. There is,
Okay.
somebody else is going to get Warspite. That's fine. You can have Warspite. I'm getting Enterprise.
Mhm.
Actually, I'm going to go for both
All right.
Enterprises because technically CV65 is getting scrapped as well.
Why don't you go for the full clutch? I'd also take HMS Enterprise. She was gorgeous. The the E-class cruiser.
Yeah, but then I have to
There's
admit that the Royal Navy exists.
We've had so many more Enterprises than the U.S. Navy.
And
I mean, go back and have the U.S. frigate. The
we already have one of those.
All right.
you
Next
can have
question.
another one. You can have one
And
for
this
the
one,
West Coast.
this one I feel is more of is something which I'm going to pass over to Dragon to explain and Foxo probably to explain more of before we get into it because they are probably more familiar with this than I am because they probably use it because I haven't got any Dutch ships in my roster amount of World of Warships. But for World of Warships, is the Dutch airstrike capability historically accurate?
Right, they call in land-based bombers to use parachute drop bombs out in the middle of the ocean. Not really. Also, they use Japanese markings, if I remember correctly, on said Dutch planes.
No, they fixed that. They
But have they
fixed
actually-
that. Now it's only the Dutch anti-air cruisers that have them. Because there's several sets of aircraft models they use. But it also depends on what carries in the match. But it's about as unhistorical as you can physically get.
The issue is the calling things something Dutch has a tendency to have negative connotations. So if you think about Dutch courage, which goes back, I think, to when we were losing wars against them. I think
it's more about that was more about them during the Napoleonic Wars when they were being taken over by the French. Yeah, there are sorry. It's like people don't know where this comes from, and literally, I'm a longbowman. I still have my two fingers. This is just because it looks like a male gentleman part, and this is because I have my bow fingers. And then people go, no, it's V for victory and all these things. No, it's a very old time, which basically was English archers would show it to the French and go, we can still draw our bows. Because the French would occasionally cut off fingers of archers when they captured them.
That's an interesting little history fact. During the Crusades, it was also known to be some of the Abbasid forces would do as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Because
all
a
kinds of things.
back longbowman was very dangerous.
Yeah.
But there's also all the stuff about biting your thumb, and there's all kinds of gesturing like that goes on. There's
which is the European nation that's the flicking a thumb on the finger? Italians.
Yeah. But there's lots of that sort of thing. So where they come from, but yeah. So for us, the V for victory is very much this way round.
How in the world
This way round is for other people.
Yeah. V for victory is
V for victory. And,
also known as bunny ears.
Yeah. And then you also, of course, have Vulcans.
Yeah.
Which was kind of made up by Leonard Nimoy based on some of the Jewish stuff, apparently.
Yeah, more than likely. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, I heard wargaming changed the submarine mechanics. Any hints? Can't submerge and hydroacoustic search now can like no hints from me. No hints because
So,
in a nice way.
I,
Right.
I don't
from
all
I
I
don't
can-
get hints that fun. And
Even-
Leslie, the best submarine operator I know from wargaming from World of Warships is Leslie, who's I don't think in the chat at the moment, but ask him on Discord because he's the one who does nasty things with submarines.
Haven't changed submarines like that as far as I'm aware. If they have, checked the dev blog, but from what I've been reading, there's no submarine changes. There's currently carrier changes in testing, but not submarines.
All right. Brandon Larson, from member of 2 years. Oh, huh. If you, the panel, could choose any dragon from How to Train Your Dragon as a mount to fly around on, what would you each choose and why?
Oh.
Ooh, dragons from How to Train Your Dragon.
Now, are we
Night
going
Fury.
for the books or the animated?
Let's go for the animated series. It's less dragons.
Oh.
I know there are more in the books, and I do realize that. But we're gonna go the animated series, and I'm gonna take Toothless.
Close.
Yeah, questions closed.
What, Night Fury? Not a bad
Mhm.
choice.
Yeah, I'm going for a Night Fury because, in the nicest way, I just like high speed.
Not seen any of them. I'm gonna
Precision strike.
go for Temeraire from the Temeraire series by Naomi Novik. So at least the first couple of them were okay, and yes, he was named for the ship.
Okay.
In it.
Anyone else want to say that what dragon they want from How to Train Your Dragon?
Or
Well, no, wait.
I actively can't say anything in this chat because I've got an ongoing project going on. So
Okay. All
don't
right.
you also have your own pet dragon that might get
Yep.
grumpy?
Yeah, if you pick a different dragon, the dragon might get upset.
Well, no, then you
we'll
just
move
have to do ritualistic
Uh,
trial in combat.
on. Okay.
Except-
All right.
except- except you have a rifle, they don't.
They are a dragon though. That might trump
Yeah.
being a rifle.
What caliber rifle?
I never said how big the rifle was.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what World War II weapon, as is, could still be used in modern battlefield? Example, Sumi M31.
Any tank
You mean
gun.
apart from? You mean
You think-
apart from the 40mm Bofors, the 50 cal machine gun,
The M60.
the M1911, the Browning high power?
As I recall, is it Brazil has just upgraded their M3 Stuarts to have
No,
full
they're the
Yeah.
turret?
M5. No, they're the M5s.
Oh,
they're
M5. But even then, they're like that's an excellent example of taking an old hole and making it
well,
work.
Yeah, what the Brazilians did to the M5. I'm looking at them
We'll
sideways
move
in Brazil.
on from that quickly.
Have you seen what
Alright,
the Israelis
okay.
do to Shermans?
Yes, because in nicest way, once you get into talking about Brazilians, it can get very, very non-little cousin friendly very quickly.
Yes.
Especially with some of our chat's minds.
Why did the US
Especially with the
Navy-
one that I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, that wasn't. I wasn't going to say to people in the chat's
No,
minds. I was just going to say, we'll just move on.
Moving on.
Matthew Burns, why did the USN get rid of the Commodore as a rank?
Okay.
So, let me put it this way: the U.S. Navy has a fun history when it comes to naval ranks.
Can,
They regularly try to get rid of flag officer ranks, or just call them a flag officer, because they see it as vaguely
undemocratic, and
aristocratic
particular
for
form.
some reason. They are quite happy with the land ranks, but they some reason perceive the naval ranks as aristocratic. Not quite sure why, but that seems to be something which comes in quite regularly. And occasionally they do try and prune the naval ranks because they have bright ideas.
I mean, they also like to cut their navy down to
nothing.
part
Can
of
I-
part of a rowing boat and one oar.
Yeah.
Can I offer
Fair
the
enough.
anecdotal explanation that I was told by somebody who I think was flag rank in the U.S. Navy? Allegedly, Commodores were getting annoyed that they had a star but weren't called admiral when working with joint forces but that is the anecdote that I was told by a retired
But all the
Rear
other
Admiral
joint
too.
forces also all the other allied forces use Commodore. So
Dr.
why
Clark,
would they
you've
be
worked
upset
with
about not-
you've worked with
Oh, yeah,
America.
I
You've
would.
worked with Americans. You know that we are special little snowflakes.
This is the same as they have a brigadier general, whereas the British have a brigadier.
Yeah. Oh, of course, yes.
Theirs is brigadier general.
Is this a sidewalk versus pavement thing? Because they have to be told where to walk.
Yeah.
I realize that's supposed to be a joke, but the sheer number of Americans who think it's an accurate appreciation of their country has always worried me.
Honestly, I think it's got more to do with. It's an odd rank because so often it's been used as an appointment and not a rank, and the U.S. Navy has such a weird history. And if you think about the time span and the career lengths of officers, you're talking about the people post World War II. So this, the Nimitzes and kind of the people who even just slightly came after. They had joined the Navy around 1900.
Yeah.
And the U.S. Navy had not had any admirals basically within living memory. Certainly within the careers of people who would have been teaching them.
A lot of the people who joined prior to World War One or during World War One period, the U.S. Navy doesn't have many senior officers in that period. They have a very, very few. And you have to remember, for quite a lot of the period we're talking about, even up into World War II, Rear Admiral was the highest rank you could get. Everything above that was appointment. It wasn't a permanent thing unless you retired at that rank and they decided to make it a permanent thing.
Yeah.
So this is the point about when we talk about admirals in the U.S. Navy. They get to Rear Admiral. They then get appointed to more senior ranks, which is why, to an extent, you can chop and change officers and they can't go, but I'm a Vice Admiral and he's a Rear Admiral, he can't put in charge of me. Yeah. No, he's an acting Vice Admiral and you're now back to Rear Admiral, so deal with it, chump.
And so that's what happened to King. That's what happened to, husband Kimmel.
Yeah.
Reverted to his substantive rank of Rear Admiral after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And and I think there was a strong sense of not wanting to do that. So they started, I think, having Rear Admiral lower class and upper class, and then
half.
They had also.
Yeah.
You have to remember, for a short while, they also had frigates, which were destroyer leaders, and everyone else's frigates were anti-submarine. It's just there's been a history of weirdness, and you also ended up both in the army and the navy in a way that we had less of in the British forces, of huge numbers of people all at the same rank at different levels of hierarchy. So you end up with major generals commanding divisions, corps, and even multi-corps operations on the US side. I think, and it just it makes it really sticky and messy. So actually having those ranks. The example I tend to give people is I tend to have people look at Winters in the 101st Airborne, and you look at its rank and go, he was still a major, and he was now in charge of this formation, and then slowly he gets promoted up, and the promotions in rank actually follow him already doing the job for often quite a while.
Often 2 jobs ago.
Yes.
And I think entirely reasonably, the U.S. military has learnt from that and has wanted to actually have a better rank structure and organization, as they have maintained a large size military post World War II, and they have done that. And the fact that there are a couple of quirks in there, let's be brutally honest, the British cannot comment on weird things. I will point you in the direction of the Horse Guards and their lack of any sergeants.
Well,
all they have to do is guard the horses.
We'll get a move on though.
They have very shiny breastplates.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what information can you provide about World War II USS Turner? Had a relative who survived her sinking. Now, USS Turner is always a fun story to get into. DD648 is a Brooming one, and she was sunk in January 1944. Now, her destruction was actually, I think, from just checking results, because the thing is, she's one of the ones which, if I'm not mistaken, is lost. Oh, she sank after suffering an internal explosion, is what we tend to describe it as, in 3rd January 1944. And she'd done things like escorting HMS Victorious, doing anti-submarine operations in the North Atlantic. He was doing work in one of the areas where often the Americans don't think about their losses. But yeah, if you want more information about her, and I've just quickly looked this up to check this, there is actually a link, and there is actually an investigation into her sinking done in 1944. I'm going to put a link to that in the chat. And it's come up on Web Archive, so it's always fun. But yeah, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, I'm going to send you a link to that. If I can find you, I think you're on YouTube. I'm going to guess that from the fact you're called YouTube Minecraft Watcher, and I'm sure that's where I saw you earlier.
Yep, and on Twitch. But currently they're active in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's weird. You actually can't tell that very easily from this side.
No.
There is a little symbol in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah. But, it's just it's weird seeing the Doc's deck and set up with his nice 2 screens.
Have I ever sent you? Have I ever sent you pictures of mine, Dan?
Right.
No,
multiple screens. I'm thinking I slightly do a 3rd screen. I'm thinking Fleet's going to need to go to bed soon, though, because he's got a big busy day tomorrow. I have done my best to try and remind certain people for you. Yeah. So go off. You go to bed.
Thank you very much.
Good night, Fleet.
Folks.
Remember to snuggle your host body pillow tightly.
Yeah. Please, just go quickly before we get more mental images. Okay, just go. Okay, I don't need it.
Easy, team, easy.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts on the World of Warships Elbing and how practical effective is the design? And again, I'm going to hand this over to Dragon and Foxo because they probably used her a lot more than I have. Because this last few months, I've been having computer issues, so I haven't done much World of Warships recently.
Oh, that's actually remarkably simple. It's one of Elbing's one of the Sparkwriter designs.
Yeah.
Like.
And in-game, she's an absolute annoying menace. She's a light cruiser without a citadel.
Oh.
The Elbing class were historically
wrong Elbing.
Yeah, wrong Elbing.
This is the World War II Sparkwriter, which they've called Elbing.
Yeah.
But there was a World War II ship class known as the Elbing class. That were light destroyers, and why did they do that?
In particular, I believe it is Sparkwriter 1938 off the top of my head.
It's a tier 10 destroyer.
Oh no!
That's got the 6-inch gun. Got 6 of them, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
It's annoyingly tanky, and it doesn't have a citadel, so you get away with really dumb stuff.
Yeah, it's only in World of don't take this is gonna sound terrible, but only in a computer game will that ship actually work out as a sensible asset. In any kind of real world combat with that acting as a destroyer, it gets mullered by destroyers like the tribals. Yeah.
I was just thinking possibly in the Pacific if you didn't have aircraft.
Lion's asking Dan who hurt you. I think it was the idea of various things of body pillows. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what World War II destroyer or cruiser would fare well in modern warfare? Something big and adaptable.
The bigger the better.
Can I take an Alaska? Because I can modify the out of that to have lots of missiles.
Yeah.
I'm taking an Alaska.
I would say...
Strange idea, but wouldn't something like a flower class, you could probably refit that for modern ASU.
No.
No, it's
far
too noisy.
And-
It's far
and-
too noisy.
and-
None of, in a nice way, none of the ASW vessels have gas propulsion, gas electric, so they're all way too noisy for modern
And they're
equipment.
way too slow.
And you'd have to redesign their entire internals.
And they couldn't generate the power. Because remember, that's got a really very pretty triple expansion engine. It's not good at the power generation for all the computers and stuff.
And
radars.
Alaska, I could modify enough if I've got that hull.
I mean, I'd choose something like Baltimore,
Yeah.
Belfast.
Town class, yeah, I could take a town class like Belfast, modify it to have a helicopter hangar and thing on its tail by removing those two turrets. Probably modify the engines to gas power plant.
Brooklyn class would be good.
Mm.
Because that way I could have 3 turrets, keep 3 turrets up forward
Mm.
for the firepower, whilst using the 2 aft ones. So not make the Cleveland class switch. I'd almost certainly go American. Destroyer wise, I take a battle class because they just squeaked in, and they'd probably be the best for that. And they've also got the rear areas clear with the guns right up forward. So no, so I would take a battle class for my destroyer, and being honest about it, much as I absolutely love Belfast and love those town class, I would take a US cruiser.
Okay. Anyone else?
Which I'm including the Alaskas in.
Something with
Boom
all
Boom Dan is
forward
doing some
armaments.
research.
Warfare.
Do you hypothetically run helicopter operations of a light fleet carrier?
Yes.
Yeah. But it says cruiser or destroyer.
That's right. And the cruiser carriers. But yeah, okay.
This sounds
They
awfully
would be
familiar.
right to
but-
build.
Oh.
No, it's
Okay.
a crew deck cruiser.
All right. So, if no one else has got any points on that one, what if after seeing MN Surkoff's constructed, US Congressman decided to fund the Navy to order 10 8-inch armed subs? Assume they force it through to get around the treaty before any changes can be made. How would they be used in World War II? Well, they could theoretically be built under the treaty system before, if they get in before certain treaties come in, so they could be made.
If they're built before the 1930 treaty, they're golden because it's 8-inch guns maximum. If you're
Yeah.
below 8-inch guns in that, and you're not an aircraft carrier, there's nothing.
Before, well, I'm trying to remember. The first London, there is some things about submarines.
Yeah,
Isn't
there's stuff about submarines in the 1930.
So if you, as
And
long as you
there's
get it through on the
also limits
Washington
on the
Treaty.
numbers of 8-inch armed ships. So although I know that submarines are boats, but I think for these purposes they would be counted.
These launched in 1929. So basically, if they hear of a laying down in 1927 and they force it
Well,
through, they get it through as
She's
part of.
ordered in 26.
Yeah, so basically they could theoretically push it through before the first London Naval Treaty. In which case, there's probably going to be a treaty thing where it's balanced out, where Britain and America are both allowed 10 of these, and everyone else gets a multiples off. And then, Lord help, in World War II, they
Hopefully the sensible people take the guns off,
hopefully.
and then you've got some really nice big fat submarines that are going to be excellent for long range patrols. The Japanese will load them up with even more guns because foolishness, I fear.
Mm-hmm.
And they will see them as perfect for sneaky night attacks.
I think the Japanese actually might end up building something which is the I-400 earlier. They might not even bother with guns. They might go with
I
aircraft.
don't know, but
They might use the Weight Lance to build their airstrike ones. It'll be interesting. Basically, it's early enough to affect things long term enough that by the time you get World War II, that's a decade later than they're going to enter service. So things are going to be interesting.
and
And also, how long do the British take to build theirs versus the American? You know, the British go, well, we've got the treaty, and now we build them at some point in the 1930s, or we rush build them in 1931.
We slow build them.
Yeah, that's probably
because we'd already built M1, M2, and M3.
Yeah.
We tried the big gun thing. It didn't work. We knew it didn't work.
We're probably going to do something.
So we're going to do something different using the. We were working on
could
to rules lawyer it as perfectly as possible.
We could turn them into supersized Ts, able to launch a spread of like 12 or something torpedoes. Forward.
How many torpedoes are you launching at that Japanese fleet? All of them. It's coming down the South China Sea.
It's a scary thing. Next question is a Star Wars Star Trek question. Yuzong Vong and Borg team up to fight the Alliance, Star Trek Fleet, KDF, and the Klingon Defense Force and Romulan Star Empire in the Picard era. In Star Trek, who wins and why?
Yuzong Vong Borg.
Vong. No.
That's
apparently the question is the Borg and the Yuzong Vong. The question that she says, I agree with you. I had it highlighted, but they team up.
So
maybe they find common cause.
Starfleet wins, hands down.
okay. I gotta hear this one.
Red matter.
Yeah,
No, not red matter. We ignore the Kelvin timeline. Simple. The transphasic torpedo diagrams and how to build them have been given to USS Voyager, which were then stored in the Starfleet archives. They're also available under captain-level access on any Starfleet ship of the line. What takes one torpedo to blow up a Borg cube? A transphasic torpedo. Now, yes, even if we go off Destiny novels, you can still get a very large amount of these torpedoes out to do a lot of damage. Also, the Yuzong Vong are innately weaker to Star Trek grade weaponry. We also know that the Romulans will know of Theron weapons, and also remember, Starfleet has Section 31 and a few others that are more than willing to commit war crimes to get the job done.
Yeah.
Organic ships versus anti-organic radiation. Doesn't go well for the Vong, does it?
Also,
No.
and I just have to point this out, plot.
Yes.
Well, no, I'm
plot.
at least right. I'm going off more than just because. Yes, plot armor is very much a someone has to win, someone has to lose. We'll make it up as we go along.
It's the J. Michael Straczynski answer to how fast is a Star Fury? Speed of plot.
Yeah. Paul Amos, from me, what did and this is one deserves to be answered because Paul has been doing a fantastic job this evening along with Steve, but it was Paul for quite a while because Steve was, I think, busy putting all the questions across. So really big round of applause and thanks to Paul, and please put in a thumbs up in the chat to Paul from both. I think from both Twitch and from YouTube. Paul has been running around doing amazing things. What Royal Navy fleet exercises before World War II did they learn the most from, and where did they miss out on lessons that it could have been helpful? Most is the big Mediterranean exercises when they bring the home fleet and the Mediterranean fleet together and they smash at each other. They really do develop a lot of their skills from that point. The lessons that they miss out on lessons, as I've said before, because of the differences of exercises versus real war and difficulty of functioning that in there. Because, as said before, the big thing that comes through is that in exercises, the aircraft always concentrate on attacking the carriers and the capital ships, and so that starts to become almost a tenet of faith. And then it's only when you get to Admiral Henderson asking some very tricky questions, but unfortunately it's too late for the development of much things and for the availability. So they're going with the best they have available from about 1934-35 onwards. When he starts asking these questions, that they realize that, hang on, maybe the carriers and the capital ships are being targeted because they're the glory. They are the glory, and in an exercise where you're not going to get killed, you go for glory. In wartime, where you're getting shot at by actual things which could end your life, you
start biasing towards survival.
You go for, that destroyer is nice and close to the the extremities of the force, and I can go for it without having to go into the middle of all of that shrapnel.
You stop going for the right between the posts try that's perfect for the conversion, and you accept the dirty try right on the edge.
Yes.
Use the rugby simile. You just accept it. You grind. It's dirty. It's horrible. It's from the scrum. You've probably
You basically take my trick for scoring every try I've ever scored. You aim for either a quarter from the far left post or a quarter from the far right post, and you aim for that position. So you've got enough space to dodge to your side either way if you need to, and get around tacklers. But mainly you can body your way through because you're not going through the density of the force.
Yeah, you're accepting that because some points is better than no points.
Yes.
Or you take the long-range dropkick, would be the other option, instead of going for a try.
And Steve, I'm glad you were getting some sleep. You deserve it. You work so friggin' hard. Frankly, no one's going to complain.
Don't worry, Steve, you're an absolute trooper with all of these. The only other thing I'd say that they could have paid a smidge more attention to was because the anti-submarine warfare stuff was good. You know, they knew about starting convoys, they knew to mass-produce the ships.
The main problem they had was they didn't realise that submarines could move when you lost contact with them because of the way they run the war games.
The end bit of the killing them.
Yeah.
They weren't good at. That wouldn't have taken a huge amount of effort to work on. Would be the killing of the submarines. I think that was the flaw in that, but they had everything else, and that was the last bit that you need to actually fix, and they did get that right quickly, and so fair play. They'd built the allowance in to fix it into the ships by accident because it was things like, we suddenly, what do you mean? We need more than 10 depth charges on our ship?
Yeah.
How many can you fit on?
Jonathan Moon, Warspite is 31,000 tons. How long would it take 8 people to mine and smelt all that seal? Now, the question is whether those 8 people are going to be doing it solo, or whether they're going to be encouraging people with either financial resources or machine guns. Either of which are potential options. But both is good. Fear and Plabo and Plabo. We work with silver and lead here. But that's the thing is, if it was just 8 people doing it, it would be years upon years.
It would be a lifetime's work.
If you can get assistance a bit more. Speaking of long-term work, today actually we went to a wonderful little railway and place not far from me called Moseley Museum. And it's a really wonderful little museum, and if you're ever in the Red Roof area of Cornwall, or Cornwall in general, because Cornwall's not that massive, I highly recommend it. It's a wonderful place to go, and it's a great little railway wandering around, and it's got an absolutely fantastic toy museum. And the general consensus amongst us was that if we took our ship-shaped colleagues in there, Garius would be probably going about 20 inches between doing his short videos, because he would have so much content from all the little nicks and knacks around there to talk about, and that we would probably lose Drac to some heavy duty transport engineering.
That, and they do have large high power electrical mining little trains.
Yes.
Of different gauges.
Yes. But they do also have a requirement where they are talking about rebuilding a load of track, and we all know how Drac loves his heavy duty transport engineering.
I'm thinking about some of the extended crew.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not looking across at, say, Virginia or somewhere a bit further up north where there might be Foxos and things, but people who understand Lecky, elastic trickery.
Yeah, they'd be having fun.
If you get it wrong, you get it wrong once.
Tema 282, I'm presuming this is because of the Queen's time in the Women's Army Auxiliary. She was a driver. That's what she was trained as. So, actually, no, she was able to fix her own vehicles, and she used to apparently find it very annoying when there were problems with vehicles and she was in them and they wouldn't allow her to get out, which is one of the reasons why she liked driving around places like the Norfolk Estate and up in Scotland, when she'd be driving her own vehicle with maybe one bodyguard, if that, sometimes. And would basically, if anything went wrong, would sort out herself.
Bearing in mind,
But
it was normally a Land Rover.
it was normally a Land Rover,
So
which you could
the
basically
maintenance
fix.
is a hammer.
Yes, and Land Rover Defender. So we're not talking about the modern ones. We're talking about the ones which could actually be maintained by just staring at it hard.
And for those of you who will appreciate these things, apparently some of the more misogynistic Arab rulers were treated to her driving them round.
Oh yes,
You know, the ones from places where they don't let women drive.
It was her favorite thing. If they were from places where they wouldn't let women drive, she would drive them and make sure she was photographed driving them, just to wind them up. Because she was very proud of her driving skill, and she didn't like anyone. And let's be honest, in the nicest way, because by the time she was dealing with most of them were coming to the UK of her age and the fact that she had been a ruler for as long as they were in no place to complain, and it was a little personal diplomacy of her front, and it was something she'd do quite happy. She would also have it was also, if she really wanted to disquiet people, though, she would sometimes let the Duke of Edinburgh drive, because he apparently didn't understand the concept of braking, which tended to freak out American presidents when they got driven by him.
You don't need to brake. You just.
I think it was the Obamas, wasn't it, who were most freaked out by that?
I'm not sure, but that's because you don't have brakes on a warship. You just say. I mean, at most you can say engines full of stern.
You
just say it. You don't do anything.
Yeah, but Prince Philip, of course, used to famously drive around London in a black taxi. Yeah. And apparently did occasionally pick up a couple of fares, which didn't charge.
Did actually.
They held him down. They didn't realise it was
I think they just it had been left unlocked and they just got in. Not really.
Yeah.
Because he never put the light on to say that he was available. But some people don't know that that's
the thing, and they got in.
It was normally tourists.
And so the Duke of Edinburgh would drive around. So there are people going around the world going, you know, that cab driver I had was like the Duke of Edinburgh. They don't realise they literally didn't get into the back.
It was surprisingly posh sounding, yet still very racist.
Why are you saying yet still?
It's traditions about London cabbies in particular. They are a special breed. It's kind of like the means
I'm not getting involved in this one. It's entirely on you what you're saying about them.
Hey, I'm the Londoner.
I have no desire to be banned from getting in a black cab for the rest of my life.
I love black cabs. They're brilliant.
Yeah. A nice way. I will annoy a lot of people. I will regularly be rude about political parties. Black cab drivers, no.
Listen,
I don't. People who could actively hunt me down.
I don't annoy wait staff, nurses, or anybody who cleans my quarters, as a rule.
Devo Bronx.
They do.
Yes. The thing about the black cabbies is they have to do the knowledge. So they have to know literally the entire map of London, so they can get you from anywhere to anywhere in all of London
without ever needing to consult Google
from memory.
So they know.
It takes literally years of training.
There are actual people who there are people, and I would agree with them, who make the case that doing the knowledge is actually harder than quite a few university qualifications.
Yes.
It is obscenely hard in so many ways.
That's why there's a huge pushback against a lot of the cab firms and Uber and everything else, because they earned their right to be the taxis in London, and the only people you could hail on the street. The other thing you had were mini cabs, which were fine, but you had to book them in advance over the phone. So you could do that, but you couldn't hail one of them on the street. But now with mobiles, you can hail it.
But that's running into fun on various fronts.
Yeah.
Alaska's get built into war. What would the Royal Navy answer be? So again, you have to change the treaties for this. But if there is a treaty scenario where there's something the size of Alaska is allowed to be built as a cruiser, then the Royal Navy have an equivalent allowance, and the Royal Navy probably build something with
renowned repulse.
Well, the thing is, the Royal Navy, if you're allowed to build a 12-inch, basically heavy cruiser, do the Royal Navy go with 9.2-inch guns and more of them, i.e. their 6-inch to 8-inch argument, or do they go with 12-inch and basically make a small capital ship?
Well, you've already got the hull in the Courageous class. You're just reusing that hull. It's a beautiful hull form. Speed.
You probably go with the small capital ship because that a small fast capital ship because that gives you a fast arm. And let's be honest, that's
because
probably
you don't need the 9.2-inch with the 8-inch.
The thing
The
is,
8-inch
the
you're already
British will be
fucking
building them for a
50.
very different role, so they'll probably have actually less. They might have 6 guns rather than 9, but they probably have more armor.
No, I think they might go for 9. What they wouldn't do is go for 4 twin turrets.
No, they wouldn't go for 4.
They wouldn't do that. They might go for 3 triples.
They might go for an all-forward arrangement, depending on what it is.
Yeah.
They might go for it. They might null-rod it, yeah, or free it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave O'Brien, London is built on a grid. It's just
in a nice way, the Roman grid happened a long time ago, and it's a very small part of it.
It's expanded quite a bit since.
And frankly, for quite a lot of its control, there was no such thing as central planning. There was, we own this land, we want to build something.
And it also doesn't help that, like many large cities, London ate the neighboring cities that used to have several hundred yards to several miles between borders.
London hasn't eaten other cities. It's eaten an entire county.
My point still stands, Foxo.
Middlesex used to be a county. Now it is just London.
There is also sections of Surrey and other counties around it.
There's a lot of Sussex, there's a lot of Surrey and Kent and a reasonable amount.
Basically, we now consider M25 the boundary of London, and if you're inside it, sorry, you're inside the you're.
Bear in mind, this is a city that used to be referred to as the square mile.
Yes, but you've also got there's also, from what I've heard, there's also talks about expanding London towards the estuary, towards Southend. Places like that.
Yeah, they've got plans of building on the estuary, but we'll leave that to one side.
Yeah, they have interesting plans.
You must grow.
This is a question from Staff Thompson. How many Royal Navy ships would it take to be considered overkill for a sinking X on the Hoche? As we discussed before, pick any of the Admiral class of the equivalent period, and they would probably smash up the Hoche because that's pretty much what they're designed for doing. The Royal Navy basically operate the Admiral class on that period as a policy of they are the frigate about and find out.
No, on the other hand, I think if we were talking about from any time period, I think the current for sort of all through all history, I think it would probably be one of the vanguards. Because I think you need to destroy it in nuclear hellfire.
No, I don't want the radiation fallout. But the more trouble I'm trying to think of, I'm trying to remember which ships are actually stacking naval strike missiles, and which are still stacking harpoon. Or actually have anything.
You want to sink it from out of visual range, beyond visual range, so you don't have to look at it.
Yeah, naval strike missile work.
Or Vanguard.
Yeah.
Vanguard, the battleship with 15-inch guns with radar.
Yeah,
so then you don't have to do the visual fire control.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but you would force the universe to look upon it. That is how you get Murphy very annoyed at you.
We're hoping to destroy it. What's next one?
Haruji, who's just answered an interesting question, and I can quickly answer that one. Ship size escalating ever since Dreadnought. They were escalating long before Dreadnought. Believe it or not, Dreadnought's an escalation over they were previously. And the change from it to something like Hood is massive in terms of tonnage. Without naval treaties, what would have been the tonnage of battleships? Its limitation is on three things. One, what provides you with enough numbers of ships? What can you afford to build in enough numbers to provide the coverage you need? Two, what are you prepared to invest in your facilities to grow your infrastructure? And three, to an extent, bridges and canals. But again, that's infrastructure you can invest in and grow, and you can expand if you need to. So realistically, the limit on battleships is probably about 100,000 tons. But in that universe, you've got some very big cruisers going around because you're not going to be able to build enough of those to do all the traditional roles you need for a battleship to do. So you're going to want some bigger cruisers beneath them, and literally that's trying to build something which is probably going to have 18-inch plus guns. Probably about, I would say keep to 18-inch in the end, but I'm sure they'll try 20-inch and 22-inch guns to try it out, and then they'll just realize the rate of fire is so slow it makes aiming practically impossible. So yeah.
But ship size has been expanding ever since we went from log to slightly bigger log.
Yeah,
let alone putting 2 logs.
Basically, the thing which causes ship size to expand is kind of like when we're talking about aircraft carriers. We talk about how they've expanded over time, and it's because the size of the aircraft expanded because we want the aircraft to do more. It's the same with ships. Ships expand because you want to do more with them. You want to do more complicated things, which means you need more space. You have to support more equipment. That means you need more power. That means you need more people. Or the people need better accommodation because honestly, they are now more qualified. They can more easily find a job elsewhere, working for another shipping company or elsewhere in the world. And you need to make sure their quality of life is better. And it's just a never-ending cycle of things you have to keep up with, which causes ship sizes to grow. Knight 6831. In a conflict, if a conflict was fought where the Royal Navy lost 9 protected cruisers and 2 sloops aiding in the defense of Australia, going down with Royal Australian Navy ships, how is that seen by the Australians? Well, it depends on the conflict. Did the British win the conflict overall? Because if they did, then they probably go, yay, you sacrificed for us and great. If they lost the conflict and that was all they sent, they're probably going to go, where was the battle fleet?
So that sounds like that sounds like the kind of late 19th century fears about the Russian Pacific Fleet.
Yeah.
Which led to quite a lot of stuff. In which case, assuming that then, the Russians got
is your back okay?
taken out by the wildlife and all the other stuff when they actually tried to make a landing in Australia, and then the fleet came and crushed them. I think it would be seen as positively. I mean, look, the Australians feel entirely reasonably somewhat betrayed by what happened in World War II, which was just that rubbish luck that the wars happened in the wrong order for the Navy.
And
planning.
Winston Churchill had a bright ideas.
Yes.
Take care, Brandon Larson.
We had the bright idea fairy, but
does Dan want to swap chairs? That help? Okay. Thank Dan.
Other Dan is struggling.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Did other nations in World War II have to take their submarines out of water to repair them, like the German U-boats? It depends what repairs you're doing. Again, if you're doing repairs on the pressure hull, etc., you are going to have to stick them in a dry dock or some sort of dry facility. Yeah. So yeah, that happens.
But remember, they are a lot. But in terms of dry dock facilities, they're a lot smaller. They are much more. These are things much more like the destroyers of the era.
Yeah.
These are not like the massive SSNs and SSBNs we have today. These are little, and so they will fit in the very small dry docks and mobile dry docks that you have around, rather than needing a big.
And sometimes you can get multiple in one dry dock.
You potentially stick several in, or whatever, or with some destroyers that also need some work, or whatever.
Yeah, it's very often it's a group activity.
Yeah.
Dry docks do not necessarily have to be single occupations. They're not like toilets.
Then why do some of the porta-johns at work have poop with friends as an option?
I don't know what your work is encouraging, but I would honestly not be wanting to do that with friends. Okay, no, it's a solo occupation. No, I do not want company.
That is one thing from the Roman era I would not want to bring back, is those communal toilets.
No.
Where you share the sponge on a stick.
Oh God, no. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if Erwin Rommel, after World War I, moved alongside his family to England, and so served alongside the Allies in World War II? How significantly would war change? That's presuming he gets a position in the British Armed Forces. He probably would do, but he'd be competing with a lot of. In a nice way, is he gonna? Because he served in. Is he gonna get a position in the British Armed Forces? Let's be honest.
No, he'd end up in the Indian Army with Gurkhas, because he did mountains. He did mountain warfare against the Italians. That's why he was such a terrible choice to send to North Africa. because he was mountain warfare.
He joined the German army in 1911. So if he leaves them in 1918 to go and live in Britain, did the British even recruit him? Because let's be honest, in 1939 he's going to be 47, and he's going to be in NSOs for a while. So probably he's in the Home Guard if he's doing anything.
If he's been really lucky and really wanted to, the most I can see is that he went to...
The French Foreign Legion is the only one which would actually employ him.
There was the Spanish... Didn't they have a version a bit like that at the time?
Yeah, but they've had their civil war, and that's caused all sorts of things.
Yeah, he was a Nazi.
Yes, I know, but in the nicest way, in 1918 he wasn't.
Yeah, but they hadn't had their revolution in 1918. Their revolution...
Yeah, but the nice way, does he die? Does he die in the revolution? Because that's what a lot of German officers in the Spanish forces did die in that period.
He might go to China.
He could go to China.
Actually, a lot of the Germans went to China. That's...
In which case he ends up fighting alongside the Chinese against the Japanese.
Yeah, because there was a lot of unhappiness, and actually he'd be quite good at that because he was an infantryman.
Yeah,
that was the thing. We all think of him as a Japan's general. He wasn't at all. He was an infantryman.
What was his book's name? The Infantry Attacks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he'd be perfect for the groups that went to China to support the Chinese, who were really miffed when the Germans started buddying up to the Japanese, and they had to pull back because they had put a lot of time and effort into training up very good Chinese forces. Who were opposing them and getting them with good doctrine, equipment, the full works. Because also it was a good training ground, I think, for the Germans. So it made sense for them. But it was
I have a question for Boom Boom Dan, which is, when will he have his own YouTube channel?
Not sure. There's some plans of that when exams are finished and I actually have some time. So possibly July, August.
Team U, they have at least what? 8 to 12 nuke boats? The 4 SSBNs and how many astutes?
About half a dozen.
Yeah, the Royal Navy don't have any nuclear-powered surface ships because, frankly, it causes too many issues with ports and going visiting them at the moment. We can't afford to have ships we can't send into ports
Never
for
have.
diplomacy visits. Surface ships have always been something we've kept to the submarines. We haven't had the surface ships because it hasn't really been needed for us. It's something which we keep considering every time we get into a major carrier and major surface ship project, but we tend to go off and go no. I'm not sure whether that will necessarily continue, especially with the work being done into the small reactors, because it means that there could be the small modular reactors, it means there could be a UK reactor system. And especially with the power demands of laser weaponry, etc.
It's going to depend on the power demands and whether you can actually do it non-nuclear realistically to have a viable...
I think that's kind of what's holding up the Type 83 project. It's a discussion over power plant. Honestly, from what I'm hearing, I could be wrong, but it's from what I'm hearing, I have that strong suspicion.
They need to build them now, or get that done now, and accept that you may have to build something soon after that is nuclear, but you go with conventional now because we will need something to augment and replace the Type 45s to go around with the carriers in a changing world, because the Type 45s are too small and too few in number.
They're not too small, it's just that we didn't fit them off on a VLS to begin with. We're just starting adding in the VLS now, and we're adding in the wrong VLS. It's supposed to be Mark 41 VLS cells, and we're adding in CAM.
Yes.
But let's move on.
This is why we need to build some new ships. And we need the practice, and we can just crank up the production.
Unfortunately, we don't have the spare yard capacity, because we've got BA Type 26 is something you also can't cut, and we actually probably need more of.
Yeah.
And that's taking up 1 yard.
And Type
31s, and then to Type 32s, we need those as well for their roles. So honestly, we don't, unless we start expanding to a 3rd yard, which isn't necessarily sustainable. And this is the problem, because the government doesn't provide enough ongoing work. Unless you turn a Type 83 into a nuclear-powered version and then produce a Type 40 47 or something as the ongoing version that comes after Type 26 for that yard's production.
I mean,
But it's a whole thing.
The
of
other question is, where would you build a nuke boat? Would you build it at?
Well, the only surface shipyard we have which is nuke certified is Camel Laird still. So that's your only option if you want to build a nuclear powered
or you'd
surface ship.
be having to, which are very convenient for Barrow.
Yeah.
Castina, yes, as much as the USN or US industry might love to sell the Royal Navy a power plant, there's the small issue of Rolls-Royce.
Yeah, in nicest
Who
way,
we
we've
buy
got
stuff
Rolls-Royce
from.
Who build our own nuclear power plants. We won't. In nicest way, we are not going to buy from. As much as we love America, we're not going to buy from them what we can build in the UK and support British jobs.
And also, Rolls-Royce have just signed a deal with Norway. They are actually testing the small modular nuclear reactors out there. A friend of mine has just moved to Stavanger.
Yeah, but it's also the manpower requirements and things will tend to be different. British expectation, we would manage them differently, which is not a criticism of either. And I think both are perfectly safe, but just American ones will tend to be more manpower heavy in their watchkeeping, I suspect.
And I'd point out the Royal Navy is the only service which is currently, how do I put it, hitting its. Royal Marines are the only ones who are exceeding their recruitment targets, as always. Don't know what I can't think why the Royal Marines consistently exceed their recruitment targets. One might be their size. Two might be their very, very good habit of doing some absolutely excellent advertisements.
There's also the Gurkhas.
Yeah, the Gurkhas also do, but they're a special case.
Yeah,
the Royal Navy are doing fairly good on recruitment. They're doing a lot better than the Army and the Royal Air Force at the moment. And again, we're not really quite sure why. But yeah.
Devo Bro?
Who is 3 to 4 generations behind?
The UK is not 3 to 4 generations behind. The UK is currently building and is planning.
Devon Brook, the UK and US cooperate entirely on reactor tech. They develop it jointly. So if Britain's 3 to 4 generations behind, so is the US.
And who are they behind?
Yeah.
Who's behind who?
That's the thing. It's Rolls-Royce work with the Americans on their nuclear reactor designs, and it's pretty much a joint program. Yeah. So, yeah, it has been for a long time.
Rolls-Royce is deeply embedded in U.S. defense infrastructure, just in the same way that like GE or Pratt and Whitney is embedded in UK-US. They're.
Yeah.
Someone Hood Bismarck's powder.
Wet powder bags.
Yeah,
it was just that last bit. Nightbot is very catchy.
Upset Nightbot somehow.
It's not even the rules, Hood. It's just Nightbot can be very catchy.
Nightbot is set up to stop us being spammed by the various. How do I put this politely? The people who advertise services of negotiable virtue, which do like to use how do I put this, all caps. So it does block that.
And this way we don't have to ban Seneca again.
Yeah. Mainly we do that. No, you haven't banned Seneca for a while, and we're keeping it that way. Staff Thompson, what historical ships would the panel offer up to Atomic Test Baker that weren't already present at it? I personally do none, but I will let the people put the suggestions.
Hosh.
By the sounds of it, we're being forced to it.
Hosh.
Hosh,
Carnot.
Exist by the time of the atomic
it didn't say it had to exist. It just said a historical ship.
And which? Sorry, let me check. Did it say allied? It had to be.
Nope.
No, I think it was.
Okay.
No, any.
The only qualification is it must be a ship, and it must not already be present. So I'm going to go with Bird, Hosh, and Carnot.
I would actually go with an more interesting one. I would want to see what happens to Littorio. Well,
I was thinking.
Sorry, go.
I was going to say Turpits for probably the same reason.
Well, to me, Littorio is partly because of its more fascistic emblem nature, but also, while I do like the Roma class, I think it could be interesting to see how the Pugilese torpedo system would react to it potentially. probably not very well. It would all, and also then you're still giving it to Italy at least one battleship they can scrap in Vittorio Veneto.
And
So you could definitely see some. It would be very interesting for its different testing profiles.
I just think I'd be curious to know Tirpitz.
Well, Tirpitz is sunk.
Right.
Yeah, but given the amount of firepower that was dropped on Tirpitz and around Tirpitz to try and kill, it just
Poetic?
it would amuse me to see how a nuke would do.
Right. Next question, and we've got two. I'm just checking the canon questions. We've got 2, 4,
3, 4, 5,
six.
6
questions to go. So we're running slightly behind, but not too massively behind.
I think Dan.
Yeah,
would
and
get-
Dan definitely needs to get Boom Boom Dan definitely needs to get his back to bed.
I genuinely
Definitely.
blame MD Dan because things always take longer with MD Dan as much as we like him.
Yeah, he talks, he does.
Yeah.
It's worthwhile having him, but he talks. You know, no one else on this channel talks at all, do we? You know.
I hope you get paid plenty of
Paid
overtime when
for-
you're on duty.
Yeah, I hope he does.
My meds are out of my system. This is uncontrolled ADHD me.
Oh yeah, it's
And
fun.
something I've chosen to hyperfocus on.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher in 1607, and the English just set up Jamestown, only to find out that the Vikings
Night
had
be
made America
nice.
before them. What next? Lots of Viking settlement around. What next? Let's start trading. A nice way, if they would be surprised they hadn't already realized it, because they had quite good connections with the Vikings. So, in nicest way, if they already set up there, they probably, instead of setting up Jamestown, maybe they're conquering them, maybe they're trading with them, maybe they're doing an agreement with them to help them defend them against the Spanish. Yes, knight behave.
Got to remember that a lot of the voyages of English exploration in the New World go either through the Spanish route to the Caribbean or through the Nordic route to Iceland.
Yeah.
It's like once they know
Um,
the new there, and this.
Right. Black Horse. Question. If you could have any tribal class ship as a museum ship, which would it be? And a max of 5.
Hold up.
Zubian.
Don't add up.
Well, it's going to be Eskimo and Nubian and Tartar, because they survived the war, and Ashante, because they're the 4 to survive, and Haida. There you go. There's 5. That's my 5. I'm picking the ones.
Cossack.
You
I would love Cossack, but she sank during the war, whereas the other ones actually survived.
well, that's
And I could make them into museum
any
ship.
tribal class ship is a museum ship.
Mm.
So as long as
Like
it's a
I know
tribal
there's
class,
any, but I am going with the ones who I am personally annoyed with the government for scrapping. Okay.
oh, okay, you're doing
Those are the
doing it
ones-
out of spite.
Those are the ones which I reserve the right that if I could go back in time and find the government ministers who signed off on that, I would be allowed to kill with no questions asked and no regrets. And that's my requirement.
Between
Um,
the different bows of Eskimo and the stern of it was Ashanti's stern, wasn't it? That came off. Or
No, that's World War
Nubian.
One.
Was it Nubian?
Nubian lost the stern, yes. Eskimo lost the bows.
So you've got.
And Zulu
enough
lost
bits.
her
Could we
bow.
No.
put them
No.
together again?
Eskimo lost the bow. Nubian lost the stern. Eskimo lost the bow again, and then again. But Eskimo survived the war, so did Nubian.
Most of Eskimos survived.
No, Eskimo just had a new nose. She just liked a new nose, and she liked to have regular nose jobs. These days, we just call her a Hollywood starlet. Okay?
I think I would take
Tartar
Bull
can
on the
be.
Go on, sorry, Ruben.
Quick thing: is Cossack an insult? No.
No.
It's
No,
Head
it's a people. It
Yes,
depends
but
on
it's
which.
also an insult depending on who you ask.
Yes, but not in the UK.
Not in the UK, but Cossacks were traditionally, especially in the Ukrainian sense, were nomadic peoples that were very strong connection with unscrupulous types.
Well, it
Hence
wasn't
the term
that,
like
it-
a Cossack on the run.
No, but I mean that's a bit like dragooning somebody and things like that. They were used. It's the kind of they were the kind of like cavalry that was used for policing duties.
Mm.
So,
But-
there's also that, and it's things like you've got to remember they were loyal. They were anti-Soviet, so you also got a lot of decades of Soviet propaganda against them because they were opposing things. So you've got a lot of things that have influenced the way that people might think of them now, as well as whatever historical stuff, where frankly everyone was nasty about everyone and didn't worry so much about racism because everyone carried a sword.
Yeah.
So if you really offended somebody, they would demonstrate their frustration with you with 3 foot of steel.
It's basically we've got rid of all carrying weapons, so now we worry about hurting people with words. It made the world incredibly polite, but also that the trouble is that those weapons then get upgraded, and at a certain point it becomes we can't just poke you with a stick and then decide if we want to poke you some more with a stick. We can definitely end you. Yeah. It's
Anyway.
1630. This is from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. And as Sweden enters the 30 Years' War, mysteriously a new ally appears alongside them, that being Russia, to take over Poland and Lithuania. Will anything change?
Yes.
Yes.
A lot will
A
change.
lot of stuff.
Because the Swedes very quickly stopped fighting Poland.
Yeah. Russia becomes far bigger threat to them than Poland and Lithuania. They combined then to take on Russia very quickly. That's the quickest that's the quickest about turn ever.
I mean, I don't want to. How many rooms filled with Russian battle flags were there in that Swedish army museum? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the criteria. Those were the ones we saw.
Yeah, they have literally rooms filled with it, with them. It's amazing. I've never seen proper,
If you-
coloured.
Look at the digital versions as well. They've actually digitized the whole collection. They have over 2,000. So
They also have a nice exhibition saying why
Is
having the you taking war booty things is very wrong. It's unethical. And then look at all these rooms filled with Russian trophies we've got.
is it what is it? Is it like I think it's Minnesota or Michigan that has a flag of the Army of Northern Virginia as a trophy, and they continuously refuse to return it to Virginia?
Yes,
Yeah.
and they're not getting back.
Based.
Because the wars with Poland were talked about, the pictures about is the Swedish deluge, which happens because the Swedes have punched the Russians so hard in the face that the Russian state is not very happy, shall we say. So Russia's coming back in. The Swedes are going to swing around and punch them again.
The 1630s were the period when the 30 Years' War was the most horrific impact on civilians. And you've got to remember, you've got Sweden and Russia fighting each other in Poland. And this is the war which had an impact on, I think, German population demographics for centuries.
Yep.
It's colossal. And yeah, it's an interesting scenario. That's the one. Right.
Yeah, this war directly leads to the liberalization of
sorry, it's me.
West.
Okay, so how crazy was the use of tension wire for torpedoes? I would say the fact that no one else tries it, and it shows how crazy it was. I would also say it's crazy, but it works, so it can't be that crazy. But it still has quite the possibility, and this is something the Royal Navy acknowledges, of potentially dragging their own aircraft into the water if the wire didn't break properly. And they had to do a lot of testing to make sure the wire broke correctly so that you didn't have the torpedo hit the water and the aircraft get dragged down by the torpedo in the water. Because the torpedo had enough strength and enough force that if the wire stayed put, it could have caused trouble.
I think it's different. I actually think it makes sense if you are a naval officer who is taken to flying, and if you're that way inclined, you may have also spent a bit of time in coastal motorboats and other things. So remember, even everything up to and including battleships at this point had torpedoes, so you know about torpedoes. You're a young naval officer, you will know about torpedoes. You've learnt to fly, and this is at a point when just looking at an aircraft carries a reasonably high risk of you dying, let alone getting in it and flying, let alone dropping a torpedo.
Yeah.
So they've understood about dropping a torpedo quickly into the water and how to do that, and thinking about things like the wires because you want to slow it down so you can get away, and thinking about it like that. And you're thinking about, how do I drop a heavy weight safely, like say dropping a ship's boat. So you've got somebody who's thinking in that way.
Yes,
Which
but
other navy, our naval air service, at around this time is going to have enough crazy people? Because bear in mind, at this point you have to be crazy to fly, and you want to fly carrying a lump of metal that heavy very close to the water.
Yes, but there are 3 navies which have roughly that large number of crazy people.
America
Is one.
No, they're not in the war enough. No, this is. I
The
think
nicest way we. I can see where you're trying to come from, but the other problem with that is the guy who actually comes up with the idea and who actually first puts it forward is a Royal Navy observer, yes. But he actually comes into. He goes straight into the observers. He trains a navigation officer and observer. He doesn't do the torpedo school.
No,
the thing is,
it's not the torpedo school. It's just the general duties thing that you go through.
Yeah, but honestly,
myth.
again, you're not. It's using a tension wire to try and balance it.
But
You're
look-
not dropping with the tension wire. You're using the tension wire to provide just enough
Yeah,
to
but
stop it, make it belly flop.
But when ships' boats got end motors in them, they stop being even. So you have to have a differential when you're dropping it into the water.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that most of the boats in this period don't have motors in them, and if
But
they do have motors, they're in the center of the hull, so it doesn't affect them.
I can.
I know where you're coming from, but I
can
think
s-
you are.
But I can also see why it would be a British thing, because I think somebody was probably playing around with this sort of idea in 1918 off the North Sea, and that's where it came from. And whereas I think the
Yeah,
American and the
there are-
Japanese experience, and it's the opportunity,
I
and it's
think
that sense of risk and that sense
be
of
There,
probability
I
of
think the
dying.
British were also thinking in terms of night strikes and night attacks, and they were obsessing over it, and they thought they could get away with it at night. I think that's also something that comes into it.
Yeah. So I just think it's to do
yeah.
with that British. It's a particular set of
But
circumstances the British had that I think that the other 2 navies didn't quite have. So they had a smaller chance of coming across it.
Yeah, but I
Smaller
think
chance of coming across it as an idea. And
yeah.
then having the person who has the idea take it forward and take it
I
through.
think it's more the case that the Royal Navy is sufficiently focused on night strikes and long-range night strikes and hitting in harbours that they are going to start pushing forward with it, whereas the others are still concentrating on fighting at sea. The Royal Navy is really seriously concentrating on hitting people in harbours, and that makes belly flopping absolutely critical. Whereas if you're hitting them at sea, if the torpedo goes deep and then it comes up, it doesn't matter.
Because the Japanese and the Americans are thinking about fighting each other in the Pacific.
Whereas the British are thinking about taking them out before they get there.
Yes, we're thinking about taking them out in Yokosuka Harbour. Or the Italians at Taranto. Or the Germans at Friedrichshafen.
Okay, nice agree for one. Why was the Mark 9M torpedo's gyroscope so vulnerable to atmospheric icing? Honestly, it's testing and it's the way things work out sometimes. It's just, oh, frigate, that didn't work out as planned. It was worked out fine on paper, didn't work out in reality, we need to fix this. Nothing that just happens like that.
Also, because I
How
didn't
would-
have a chance to get a word in edgewise on this one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you give some of the Alabama boys
2 more questions.
A incentive to, I need this problem fixed, I am giving you a case of beer if you can get it done within a certain time limit. Do not be surprised that you will have it, but you may get it in an exceptionally unconventional way.
Yeah. And one of the things I did point out the other day was I was talking to people and they were going, so, you know, we talk about the origins of languages and things, and I was going, well, you have to remember, Cornish mining engineers went all around the world, and if you actually look at a lot of the southern vernacular in America, etc., it comes from Cornwall, it comes from the southeast of the UK, the southwest of the UK, and a lot of that has come over from that population going over there for mining and various other things as well. And it's the same in other parts of the world, and there is some similarity of spirit there in approach. And appropriately, if I remember correctly, the guy who did it was a Cornish observer and son of a mining engineer. So that's more likely where he got the idea of the tension wires from. Because you think about how they mined at the time, how they brought stuff up, it could come from more from that. I'm thinking about it, but that's just my brain chucking out that piece of information right now because obviously they're thinking about it, going, "What can you remember about him?" Yeah, but you know. How interested would the Royal Navy be in 1870 in a supply of hydro? I'm gonna let the
I think it's
doctor
meant to be
read that.
hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. Honestly, by that stage, not so much because they've got quinine, and they've got access to decent amounts of quinine. This is another one of those 1770s. Yes. 1870s less so for those two.
Yeah.
I thought
Because they're for treating malaria.
I thought ivermectin was veterinary use only, or is that just we have much better stuff now, so why are you going to use this?
We test all our drugs on animals. Some of them might, you know. Do you worry about the 30-year cancer risk in a dog or a cat?
Not typically, no.
Think how long a dog or yeah. Do you worry about it in a human?
Depends on the
sue you.
human.
Who might sue you?
Who might sue you? You're an American.
They might sue me anyway for just existing. I can do that. They can do that in about 20 states.
Yeah. But more seriously, yeah. So there are things which we have stopped using. Also, some of the anti-malarials, there's been a reasonable amount of resistance built up to, or they just have higher rates of side effects than we accept. We are very antsy with human stuff in a way that we aren't with cats or dogs and things. I know this because I had a cat that ended up on a drug. Actually, my cat was on the same sort of dose as a human would be on for an overactive thyroid.
Yeah. Well, I've had this conversation about Raleigh as well. It's a case of it was the drug he was on for his ears. It's a case of if he we were talking about it, and the vet said, "Well, honestly, there is the fact. If he takes this drug for 30 years, he could get there is an increased chance of him getting if he takes it for 30 years." And I looked at her and went, "I'd love my dog to live for 30 years, but I'm quite honest, I know that's not likely to happen. I'm hopeful about next 10 years, that sort of thing."
And that's the thing. With my cat, it was something where we'd keep an eye on a full blood count. We do, a blood count on them periodically to check on them. Yeah, they didn't bother with the cat. But it's to do with the metabolism and things, and so the speed they will have the drugs. So actually, you might also use the literal same dose on an elephant as you would on a mouse, which is one of those really bizarre things as a cat, because the mouse and the cat and the human and the metabolisms go that differently.
Condolences suffered for the great aunt's funeral, and also Same to you, two Minecraft watcher.
Yeah.
Good donuts. The last question of the evening, I think. Let me just check.
Yep. Nope.
Might be.
There's a couple from Twitch,
Yeah.
but literally there's just two more from Twitch. So last question of the evening, and then there's two from Twitch, and they're the last questions. Foxzone Dragon, what are your thoughts on the new content announced on Friday's Azur Lane CN 8th anniversary live stream? The Rose in the Tower and ships announced were Glorious Meta, Kawakazi Meta, BB Lion, CL Light Cruiser Cleopatra and Trinidad, and Destroyers Trafalgar and Gallant, and CB Little Aegea.
I wish me and Foxo could repeat a conversation we had yesterday about Lion, but we probably can't here, so...
Well, no, I'll clean it up, but essentially, the artwork they've received for Lion is massively out of proportion. And honestly, it's bad. It's poor quality.
In particular, there was an artist who was recently had issues with. They were kept being told, "No, you're not allowed to fix the errors you see. We want you to increase certain assets by certain proportions." And they kept asking. They asked this 4 times over. People are getting the suspicion this might now be Lion. The design is mostly good, apart from this one issue, which completely throws the proportions out.
Because the issue is that it's also something I've noticed with a lot of the other artwork for the ships is their shadowing at the shadowed areas from the Frick's perspective don't match their actual proportions. Which I don't want to sound cruel, is either someone's been mucking around with it and the event should have been delayed because that artwork's just
I think
poor this time.
most of them are actually okay, but Cleopatra.
Yeah, but I know,
always
just
glad to see
going
more
over it last night, before you got in with me and Rune on, we noticed that, what's her name? The Destroyer.
Which one? The
Trafalgar
Trafalgar?
has the same issue.
Right, because I'm actually quite glad to see HMS Gallant. It's a destroyer that, honestly, I mostly know because of World of Warships, but hey, it's nice to see more of the British letter class. Trinidad, always good to see more Crown colonies.
No,
Glorious
it's not.
Method. Yes, it is. We've only got like 3 in Azur Lane, if that.
No,
Are
he
we
just doesn't like
talking?
the Crown Colonies.
Are we
Oh.
talking about her character art?
A bit of both, but potentially.
I'm currently looking at her character art, and I can agree with everything. Something has been very, very emphasized.
Oh my God, her back.
Yeah, this will be our.
She will suffer a Japanese Fourth Fleet problem.
Oh
Yes,
my
very
God,
much.
her back.
I'm not sure. Maybe they thought they would balance out what they've got behind her.
I'm more concerned about her keel not being strong enough to hold together the fore and aft ends.
We're gonna leave that to one side. Okay, let's move
But
on.
it's-
Overall,
the
okay.
event,
So
it's,
what?
so the content of least about the event is, I keep not wanting to come off as rude because game development's hard, but it's
Yeah.
But
It's
actually, a lot of these skin, but these
Alright.
skin things are actually supposed to be the easy bit.
Yeah.
But it's the mechanics that are difficult. It's not supposed to be the art.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, move on.
it's
and
bad
But let's-
for this part.
All right.
It-
move on, Fox.
it depends
Let's
upon
go.
what you want the
Jonathan
art to
Moon's
do.
question. Jonathan Moon's question, then we've got a nice question to finish on. So Jonathan Moon's question: last mostly wooden frontline warship. Go and have a look at the Italians and the Austrians fighting at the Battle of Lisa. That's pretty much it.
Well,
That's pretty much frontline warships that are actually frontline ships and actually taking part in frontline actions.
okay. I was going to say minesweepers.
Yeah,
MTBs.
no, they're plastic.
No, but they were wooden until the 50s, 60s.
Mostly the converted fishing boats were, yes.
But the MTBs were in the war.
Yeah, but they were. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Minesweepers were.
It gets. Yeah, but it's frontline warship, not motor torpedo boat.
But
And the thing is,
minesweepers-
Again, frontline is minesweeping. It's an important duty, but what do you call it?
Yeah.
Frontline or?
Not
Yeah.
the ones that were wooden. No, the
No.
ones that were wooden were the smaller coastal ones. The bigger ones were steel, like the Halcyon class.
They were the Halcyon class, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then you got the Algerines, and which got used on convoy escorts and things.
So yeah, that's
Yeah,
one
they were
thing.
steel.
So each PAL member can choose one non-capital ship for 1946, which is full crew and storage, for a former squadron at the Battle of Jutland. And how much of an impact do you think they have? Dr. Clark can also choose someone to command the squadron.
Alaska.
One non-capital ship from 1946.
So just want to clarify, what do we mean by non-capital ship? Because heavy cruisers are sometimes classed as capital ships.
I'm going to take capital ship in the definition of capital ship as it was applied by the time, battleships and battle cruisers.
Right.
And anything with large guns of that caliber as defined by treaty.
And with
So
carriers.
I am picking a capital that's actually available in 1946. I will take an Implacable.
That's a capital unit, though.
No, it says capital ship. Doesn't say
Non-capital
unit.
ship.
It is, yes, but a carrier is not a capital ship.
The capital ships are the ones with guns over.
Not
8
in
inches.
1946. In 1946, capital ships are phrases which cover battle cruisers and battleships. Carriers weren't yet considered. They might be de facto capital ships, but they're not.
Today I learned.
I'm rules lawyering. Okay.
Can't you just answer the question in the spirit of the question?
Well, he's right.
No.
Well, now that he's answered it in the non-spirit,
I'm taking Implacable. And if I'm answering the spirit of the conversation, I'm taking the Alaska.
I already called the Alaska. Get your own.
No, she'd be
No.
classified as a capital ship, wouldn't she?
She's not. No, she's
She's a heavy cruiser.
No,
By
she's,
US
no, she's
designation,
called
she
a large
is-
cruiser.
yeah.
No, she's called a large cruiser, but she has guns more than 8 inches. She is at
Yes.
best a great
Yes.
zone.
Yes, but we're
Yes,
out of the
in those
treaties.
So does the Deutschlands, but they're heavy cruisers.
Yeah,
No, they're
Deutschlands technically are.
They don't get
Well, yeah.
they don't get reclassified until later.
They're
They're
still-
originally ordered as Panzer Chief.
They're heavy cruisers.
But Panzer ship just means armored ship, which
Okay.
is armored cruiser. So
Well, if I'm not allowed to take them, then I'm taking a Des Moines.
a Des Moines, a Des Moines definitely seems
Just
the
taking a
most,
squadron of Des Moines and just massacring them.
yeah, a Des Moines
Yeah.
does seem like just the best option here. I will.
Des
be
Moines.
Do it,
Des Moines. Des Moines. Not
Do it.
Des Moines. It's
Des
Des
Moines.
Moines. No.
And
Des
the
Moines.
question is, the question is, who do I give it to? And whilst I would love to say Admiral Lee because of his gunnery skill, I'd actually give them to Vian because Lee's a nice person who would just want to exercise his gunnery. Vian would want to crucify his enemy in the most brutal fashion possible.
No, in the most straightforward manner.
Actually, technically, I could take HMS Unicorn. She's a forward aviation support ship. She's definitely not a capital
No,
ship.
she's an auxiliary.
You okay, Runa? You seem to have slight problems breathing.
And
I
that's
still-
in
I
both
still
the
have a
spirit
decent
and
amount
the
of
Rover rules, 'cause
mucus
she's a
and-
forward aviation support ship.
I still have a decent amount of mucus and phlegm in my upper respiratory system from that little micro cold I dealt with this week.
But no, I will take a Des Moines.
And I'll take Unicorn.
I'll take an Alaska.
Though we agreed Alaska's were kind of out.
No, we didn't.
No, he's American.
didn't.
He's allowed one.
Hey,
The British would count it as a capital ship.
Strongly
The Americans
raised
don't.
eyebrow.
Yeah.
That's it. The Des Moines definitely makes the most sense, but give me, just to be different, give me a town.
Okay.
Because the rapid fire 6-inch will be able to take out the enemy destroyers and cruisers very rapidly.
I know she's technically sunk at this point, but Shimakaze.
Okay.
That's a choice.
Long last.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah,
the high
basically
speed
this,
does well with-
in the nicest way, this squadron under the command of Vian is going to wipe out the German fleet at Jutland before anyone else gets involved.
No, I'm assuming Vian would put himself. Oh, would he put himself on the Alaska or the
Unicorn was
the
actually his flagship at one point.
Sorry?
Unicorn was actually his flagship at one point.
No, that's yes, but it doesn't have big enough guns.
Yes, but he could coordinate everything quite well from a Unicorn.
No, I'm just thinking
Alaska has a flag deck though, so probably go with Alaska.
I'm just thinking of the high proportion of his flagships that didn't survive.
He only
Unicorn
lost
survived.
2.
The fact that it has to be said,
He only lost a free,
lost
he
two.
only lost a 3D to a bomb and Cossack to
torpedoes.
He lost a cruiser as well.
no. Got 1 damage, but that was at cert. They all got damaged.
I thought it was badly enough damage to be out for a long time. I genuinely can't remember.
I don't think so. I don't think
Okay.
any of those.
I was preparing.
All his ships got damaged, but none of them were out for a particularly long time afterwards.
Actually, apart from Shimakaze, I don't think all of these ships technically would classify as command ships.
Yeah.
Because the town, and
He
especially
can
because like
command from
Belfast or something, has the Admiral's deck and such.
But I will say now, it is now 12:30, and so I will say thank you to everyone, because it is time for us to go. Because I think there's at least one of my colleagues in here who definitely needs to get to his bed.
Yes.
So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for likes, shares, and subscribes. I do agree we should start a petition to get to make sure that Boom Boom Dan starts his channel in August once he's through things, because he needs a channel to talk about chemistry. It'd be excellent. And yeah, thank you to the Dans for joining me in person. Thank you for coming down this weekend and having, I hope, a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed Prussia Cove.
The Christmas decorations in the loft.
And just thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Paul and Steve. Thank you, everyone, for chatting away. And just thank you, everyone. Take care. And thank you to, of course, Fleet, who isn't here now, Runon, Foxo, Dragon, for joining us online, and everyone in the chat. Toodles,
And
good night, and thank you for all your support.
If I may,
Yeah. Please send help.
if I may shamelessly plug my own stuff, waiting for
Yes.
permission.
Mhm.
I am
Yes,
18
shamelessly plug.
I am 18 followers away on Twitch for being probably eligible for getting channel points, which means at least on the Twitch side of things, I can improve Powder Monkey. I am 32 out of 50.
Thank you, everyone.
I
Help.
will work out how to use Twitch.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah.
Night-night.
Night.
Bye.